Ooh, thank you for the follow. Hi. Hi. Hi, I wish I wouldn't do that. Thank you for the follow. Hi, welcome, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome. It's the most blessed and sacred of days, the most blessed and sacred of days that we have on our glorious calendar that happens only every 2 months. Um, do you know what day it is? Yeah, it's book club day. 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 Yeah. Book club. All hail the book club. Thank you for your blessings and salutations. I saw some of you bring them in. Book club day. And also look down there. You see that? Look at it. Look at it. Wow. Wow. I found a widget. And now we can listen to music. Also, hi Striker. Welcome. It is March 28th. That's correct. And I know that because for the last couple of also Shabbat Shalom. Because it's the most sacred of days. It's book club day. But it's also Shabbat too. That's true. Kiwi. But also, I've been going along saying, this is the book that we're reading, My Darling Dreadful Thing by Johanna van Veen, which we will be discussing on March 28th. Read it, but you don't have time because you know what day it is? Book Club Day. Book Club Day. Hi, my wife. How you doing? I finished the book. Woohoo! If you didn't finish the book, that's fine, because we're just going to talk about the book. Please, you started it. Thank you for your blessings, Ro. Uh, we're going to talk about the book, and I made slides, and I went into, you guys, well, some of you know, not everybody knows, but I used to be a teacher, an English teacher specifically, and I taught some literature stuff, and I taught mostly composition though, and then I taught like basic English to like speakers of, well, it was Chinese children, so a lot of different things. What was that? Oh, hi FJ Blaze. Thank you for the follow. That was Rose blessings. Okay, I see. And I got head pats. Did the head pats work? I didn't see them. Well, it's just slides that have the questions on it, the discussion questions. And then I like to put in a fun little question that is dumb. Some of the questions are dumb. Some of the questions are dumb, but that's cuz they're fun. Some of the questions are poignant and good. Some of them are real basic. And sometimes maybe Callie looked up, what are questions you ask in a book club? Like, what are the discussion questions? And they're all like, what do you think this character's favorite color is? And I'm like, that's dumb. What are we doing here? And so we don't do those ones, but there's a couple that are like really basic, like the first one. You will see in a minute, but let's not get too excited about book club yet. Let's relax a little bit. Let's just say hello. How is life? What's going on? Most of you I have talked to in recent days. We played golf with Bobby and friends. Hi Vic, welcome. Thank you for your salutations and blessings. How are you? Yeah, we played golf yesterday, and then I went to bed, and then they were like, we're gonna play Repo, and I was like, guess who's getting out of bed? I got out of bed. And then I played Repo. And then I went to bed at 4 a.m. Mattel Bye speaking. Hi. What is up? Oh. You are awake. Oh, yeah, Kiwi's awake. That is surprising. I don't know when you guys went to bed. But I went to bed at 4 a.m., which is like was I can't do math. Why are you hitting your why are you threatening me?
Do I need a reason?
What did I do? Why are you threatening? What did I He's threatening me.
I am hungry.
Beaver put a picture of a cake in this here blessed Discord server, and I suddenly want cake. We could have cake at our in IRL book club meeting one day. We don't have cake. Oh, we have the cherry cake. That's true. It's not what I want though. I don't actually. We'll just add that. What else is going on? Tell me what's going on in your life. What you got going on this weekend? Are you guys in the morning time? Most of you are morning time people because you're like US based. I am afternoon time people because I am in France. Dirt's not here because family obligations. Beer's not here because looks like family obligations. Possibly work. I am the sleepy. You also stay. See, that's the thing. You left to because you're like, I'm gonna get off and not play more Repo, which we stopped anyway. And then, oh, thank you for the follow, Fandom Joy Guy. Did I get the? Oh, 290. 290. Hi, Whatchamafox. You were up until 3 a.m. I was gonna say because I stayed in the one of the servers voice calls, which we were in to begin with. And I stayed in and just like hung out for a little while after. And then May had to go do something, so I was like, oh, I'll just hang out for a little while longer until May comes back, and then I'll say goodnight to everybody. And so I was waiting and I was waiting and I was waiting, and then I didn't have the text chat open where May was like, sorry guys, I can't come back. And I was like, how long did I say? It was only 5 minutes. It was only 5 minutes that like I missed that. But eventually I just went, what the fuck is May doing? Why is he taking so long to come back? I want to go to bed. And they're like, Callie? I'm my brother's baseball game in an hour. Parents left town yesterday and said it's my problem. Oh, that fucking sucks. What is going on? Thank you, Igloo Jaguar, for the follow. Thank you. Is it because I'm in just chatting? What did I name this stream? What did I do today? Oh, come dear followers, for it is the day of the Sacred Book Club. Should I change the thing? Hello, player. How are you? Should I change the category? Should we change it to like reading and writing or something? I don't know. I don't like that one because that's usually people actively sitting together and reading or actively sitting together and writing, and that's not what we're doing. We're having a discussion about a book. Like, they don't have like a category that fits this exactly. Should we change the music also to something maybe that's not metal? Something a little less intense. No, that's, I don't know. I was having fun. Why are you not social? I don't know. I said hello. What more would you like? Shall I roll out the red carpet for you? Mods, can you roll out the red carpet for Oh, we don't have one? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm just teasing. How are things while I look for new music? Thanks, Fred. We tried. I didn't see a question. You, except for why are you not social? What does that mean? Why are you demanding when there's like other people here too though? Like, that's kind of weird. You could have just been like, "Oh man, did you not see my question? Here, let me ask it again." That would have been fine too. What the fuck does that mean? Music that isn't metal, or that is less metally. I don't know. We could do the Shaolin one. That's like, if I can find it again. Power metal, horny rage. Tell me, where's Samhain? It's like, oh, you only care about this now. We'll do Tell Me a Tale is also good. We're gonna change tactics here and go with pagan-ish music. I don't know. You're not sociable, so I'm asking you why. I don't understand what you mean. I think I'm pretty sociable. Garion! Hi, welcome. How are you doing? Ooh, 25 stream streak. Whatchamafox, that's awesome. Thank you. We're gonna start talking about the book in a minute. I just needed to change the music because it was maybe a little too much. You pissed off the mods, player. So long, farewell. I'm great. I'm rocking out to Kiwis VC. I saw you in there. I was like, yep, that radio is fun in there. Okay, this is a little bit better. Probably better for our ghost-centric, I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit on my end, which means I probably have to turn it up on your end. But I can't hear myself think, so turn you guys up just a tiny bit. It's the Gare Bear. Aw, look at you too. I love it. Should we, because a lot of you guys have to leave, should we talk about what the next book for book club will be? That way you guys know now. Because I've already picked it. Usually I let you guys give me input, but I found something that I think is perfect. Because a lot of our friends here maybe are not the biggest readers. I kind of got an idea yesterday that, hey, let's pick a book that has a the Necromonicon.
Yeah, I'm down.
We have a copy in the house, so that wouldn't be that bad. Don't we? Oh, I had a copy in the U.S. I had a copy. No, but there's a copy of a fictional copy of it. Somebody made it.
I have that.
It's
I've got a lot of shit, but I don't have an Necronomicon.
I had one in my there's one in America.
No, we're not in fucking America.
We're not in America though. In my house in America, there's let me go back a little bit. I technically have a house in America. It was my mother's house. My sister and her family are living in it. We co-own the house technically. It is in both of our names. Technically. Okay, I don't oh my god, he's handing me a book. He wants me to read The Sworn Book of Honorius. Hey! Honorius of Thebes. With text translation and commentary by Joseph Peterson. We won't be reading this.
But you could.
But we're not gonna. I love how I literally turned the book and faced it towards the camera, but you guys can't see it. But we will not be reading it. The book that I picked though, stop it. If I go here, will it work? Okay. The book pick though. Oh man, hold on. She's going to make this work. Do I do this and do that? Is this book here? I don't have time to look right now. The Cabin at the End of the World by Paul Tremblay. I know it says Stephen King here. You might not be able to see that, but it is okay. I'm happy for you, my dear.
You want horror and you want house. What does it
mean? The David Eddings. It's the book where you don't even know how much David Eddings is our thing in this house.
That's what I bug out every time.
Every time he said, "Yeah, I know." I'm always like, "Is this?" I'm still getting yelled at that I haven't read the prequels yet. I keep meaning to, but they're not scary enough for me.
I have not read them.
I kind of like go Garion like
Back to scrubbing.
I just like every once in a while I keep on wanting to be like Bilgarian, and then I don't, but I'm mad I did it now. Yeah, I actually I make a joke every time when we rate books. I say like this. If it's a 5-star, that means that I love the book so much that I not only want it in my library, I don't not only want to own a copy of this book and have it on my bookshelf, I want to have it in my bed with me where I can snuggle it. I literally have all of the...
She stole all my books!
I have all the Bulgarian and the Malorian stacked up in my nightstand next to my bed. My parents changed the O to an A and boom. That's nice. Okay. Anyway, the book that we're going to read next time, which should be in about 2 months, I'll pick a date coming, is The Cabin at the End of the World by Paul Tremblay. I love Paul Tremblay as an author, and I literally just finished this book this week. So I'll read it again for when it gets closer to get everything together. But I think that this is a good one. It has gay people. We love gay people. The main characters are gay, and there's a little girl, and there's a cabin, and there's some weird cult like things going on in it. And the best part about it is okay, there is a film adaptation. Wow, why is none of this working for me?
Hey, nice. Be nice.
Why can't I? If I do this, no. But yeah, this one is an M. Night Shyamalan one, so that means it's either going to be really, really, really good or dog shit, dog water badness, which will be fun, you know? Ooh, 3 stream streak. It's the film adaptation is called Knock at the Cabin. So, you know, you got options. You got options. Knock at the cabin, cabin at the end of the world. Both are options for you for next time. But I didn't do that for you this time because I hate you. And this time I expected you to read a book. This is the one. That's the one. And the book we are talking about today is My Darling Dreadful Thing by Johanna van Veen. What is going on? What is happening? You'll need to make a graphic for the new book. But I think that, like, maybe we could, I don't know, we could do like a watch party maybe. If I can find if we can find it. If we can, I don't know where it would be. The other option, though, is if you didn't want to read that one, was going to be Bird Box, because I finished that last night. And I've already seen the movie. But maybe we could do a watch party of the film. And then, like, if you don't want to read the book, you could just watch the movie, which I don't recommend. But then we can also, for those of us who like reading, we can compare the film and the source material. That would be fun, right? That's probably fun. Am I delusional? Maybe. Who knows? Probably.
Absolutely. All agree.
Watch party is fun. Okay, we like this idea. This is good. Sorry, I really like this song. And we can see what this song is.
Oh no, she didn't.
Oh my gosh, Karen, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Appreciate it so much. That's so sweet. Viking. Thank you so much. That helps pay for the hightail. But I'll be joining you guys, and I bought hightail last night. So I'll join Gary and his buddies over in the hightail server. Thank you so much. It's not on Steam. It has its own thing. It has its own launcher. Yeah. I wish they were on Steam too, but that's fine. Okay. Callie's gonna focus now and have a really good time being on task and running this not class but class enough. You guys want to get talking about My Darling Dreadful Thing, which I can see over here, the blurb on the book. My Darling Dreadful Thing summons a stunning new literary voice to be reckoned with by Clay McLeod Chapman, who I really, really like and have read pretty much every single thing he's ever written. He's a fun guy. Thank you for the hydrate. If you like politically topical things, I definitely recommend reading Wake Up and Open Your Eyes by Clay McLeod Chapman. It is... You remember the one book that I talked about where there was the fucking zombies? This one also has fucking zombies. Ooh, guys, we're getting a chest. No, okay, I thought it was counting down. I'm fine. This one doesn't have fucking zombies in it, but it does have ghosts. So I'm gonna open up with Aisha, welcome. I'm just gonna tell you what happened in the book to refresh your memory, because all of you read the book, right? Oh, the fucking zombies. The fucking zombies. Thank you for the bits. You want to be in the hype train, okay? Thank you for the bits. I'm gonna try to stay on top of this.
Yeah.
So the main character of the book is Roos, which I'm assuming is a Dutch. Like it's probably has something to do with Rose. I kind of think. I think because they're in the Netherlands. The book takes place in the Netherlands in the 1950s. Which when I was reading the book, I was like, oh, this feels like much older. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for your tithes and offerings in bits forms. How do you spell the name? It's Roos. Roos. And then you also hear the next character that I have is Ruth, who is a ghost. She often will call Roos like my darling Ruja, which is kind of cool. Bitless. Oh, Bitless, we're waiting. Ooh, the queen. Thanks for popping in to say thanks for your sub. Our next character is Agnes, who has a ghost named Peter. There's Thomas, Agnes's, we'll call him ex-husband. He's dead. And then Wilhelmine, who is Thomas's sister / other things, which we'll get to. Again, settings in the 1950s Netherlands. This book is split up into, I believe, 3 parts? No, is it only 2 parts? I thought it was 3. Yeah, part 3. Okay, so there's 3 parts. In the first part, we have a hype chest. Let's get that hype chest open. See what we got. Ooh, choo choo. Oh, that makes more sense now. There were lines that sounded like they reference World War II, but the aesthetic is very mid to late 19th century. Yeah, I was very much. I thought it was 19th century for sure, and I'm like, what is going on here? And so then I looked it up and it was like, it's 1950s. It's just the Netherlands. It's just that it's the Netherlands. But yeah, it's the 1950s. And it was confusing to me. In part 1, we're mostly focused on Roos and her relationship with Ruth. Ruth is a young woman living with this abusive woman. She believes that she is not actually her. Thank you for the bits. Thank you. She believes that she's not her actual mother, but a woman that her father left her to take care of her because he went somewhere. I'm confused by that. Did he go to war? Maybe? I don't remember. Anyway, but he died. And so now she's just kind of with this woman. She calls her Mama regardless. Mama runs this for their work. She runs fraudulent seances. And I think this is where the 19th century feels come for me, because that whole mysticism thing was so big in America in the late 19th century that it seems out of place for the 50s. But apparently in Dutch culture, there was a huge spiritualism movement that was kind of similar to the Victorian seances and stuff like that we saw in America. But that happened in Dutch culture in the 1950s, apparently, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, now that I think of it, the 50s Europe wasn't exactly in the greatest of states. Truth. um, yeah, but so she runs these fraudulent seances and she uses Roos to help her with them, to like pull them off. Uh, so when she was a small child, she hid her under the floorboards where there was like mechanisms where she would have to pull strings to make noises to make the seances seem like they were real. Um, but then it turns out that Roos is actually a clairvoyant. She attaches to a ghost girl that she names Ruth. Um, and then when Mama figures that out, that they're doing that, she has her come out and play the part of the medium in the seances, and they use Ruth as well. All right, I'm sorry, you gotta do. Okay, you can, if you miss, we'll be going for a while, and if you miss things, May, we can bring conversation over into the Discord server too. Um, we'll try to rope you in somehow because you did stay up and read the book for me. I did harass you about it a lot. I love the fact that she goes back and forth with the doctor records. Reminds me of The Exorcist, my favorite book. Ooh, yeah, I did like that too. We will talk about that later too, I think. Maybe I didn't put that in there, but I did want to like, I thought it would come up in some of the places. But I do think that that was a really interesting way to move the narrative along so that you're like being told this story and then there's a lot to like but the doctor and the narrative of like what happened and it like pools that narrative so that you're like, wait, what the fuck is happening here? How did this happen? You know that something bad happened, and then you also are already walking into this questioning her sanity, which I think is really cool. Medical reasoning for mysticisms, yes. Oh yeah, there's no shortage of tidbits to talk about. Leaves it up to your interpretation throughout. Exactly. I do like that. Like you're like already like, well, maybe she is just crazy. Maybe they're all right and she is just insane. um so because Ruth's named Ruth, that's why they're attached. Actual ghosts are rare though, they don't always choose to appear to people. A ghost body also has to be preserved in some way. So bodies buried in bogs are most likely ghost candidates. They are attracted to salt, be it blood or tears, which is something that is said in the book over and over again. So the way that our young Ruth was self-soothing is what kind of brought Ruth to her. Um, and they're also repelled by death. When we get to the actual story, Ruth is 21 years old. She's very thin and fragile because Mama's been starving her to try to make her appear younger than she actually is because she thinks that that is somehow tantalizing to men, which apparently is true. Because of this, she doesn't have a period very often, but she starts one when, and this seems to upset her mama, um, because there's an important seance with Agnes. Excuse me, but the I'm confused, but I guess this is how you say her last name. Canoop? You pronounce the K? But okay. I don't know. That's what it was in the audiobook version. But Agnes Canoop, she's a wealthy widow of a well-known aristocrat, Thomas Canoop, at the Rosentuin estate. Mama wants to secure her as a client, but the seance is unusual. Ruth sees a man ghost and then faints. Ruth catches up to him. She believes that the man was attached to Agnes, and in the end of all of this, in the confusion of it, Agnes offers a great sum of money to secure Ruth as a live-in help of some kind. A kindness she extends to try to get Ruth out of the obviously bad situation that she's in. They discover that they both can see ghosts and both have ghosts attached to them. Agnes has this man that she named Peter, whom she attached to when she was in boarding school, where she had a lot of bullying and stuff going on with her and racism because she is Indonesian. And I guess is the bastard daughter of the pantyhose guy. I don't know. But like a company owner guy. I assume she's more fainted from the deep passionate kissing. Could have been the deep passionate kissing too. I was just trying to glaze over it for the summary bits. Could have been the deep passionate kissing. The two bond over their experiencing of having ghosts around them and also being lesbians, but they don't really say that out loud, but like, come on. And then Agnes offers Roos to leave, but Roos wants to stay with Agnes, so they both travel to the Rosenturm, which opens up to part 2. This house is huge, it's in disrepair, but it's also kind of weird. There's these strange statues near a chapel. Feels very culty to me. Which maybe is why I kind of like it. Wilhelmine, Thomas's sister, is also still there. She's old and dying, I guess, and mean-spirited. And she says racist ass shit about Agnes all the goddamn time. And she thinks that Agnes is responsible for Thomas's death in some way. Meanwhile, Agnes and Roos keep getting closer. They're both dealing with their own traumas and are obviously hiding something from one another. Roos doesn't want her to know about what happened to her former client, with a former client who attempted to sexually assault her. And then Ruth possessed her and, fought back. She went like knives out, like, ah. And I think she might have bit the fuck out of him or something. I don't know. Agnes isn't talking about what happened with her and Thomas and the abuse that he subjected her to, or the financial pressure that she's under with the estate, and issues with Wilhelmine keeping the estate and resources locked up in an effort to push Agnes out. Because of this, Wilhelmine is able to manipulate Roos to think that if Thomas came back as a ghost, it would please Agnes, and so she decides to take his body and rebury it in a nearby bog. She suffers greatly during this because moving a body actually kind of hard work, but especially because she's a small woman. She injures herself and ends up ill in the effort. Part 3 comes up. She's a bit shit. She bit the shit out of his neck. Rest in peace. Ripped out his jugular. Style, exactly. Yeah, she hurts herself with the wheelbarrow. Part 3 is where we learn. All the truths come out. We learn so much thing. We learn about the Roos and the Roos/Ruth attack on that one guy who I can't remember his name. And I didn't write it down and I meant to go look for it, but it just says that one guy in parentheses. Go look up his name. Didn't do that. Sorry. And then that Thomas was an abusive, sadistic piece of shit. And that Wilhelmine got pregnant with Thomas's baby, and everyone just kind of knew and seemed chill with it until the baby died. And that's when Mr. Mesman, thank you. Yeah, that was his name. But everybody was just chill with it, and we were just like fine. And then the baby died, and that's when we decided to have issues. All of this led him to decide that he would leave Agnes, which made them fight, and then she pushed him off a balcony, which fair. I can't tell you how many times I wish there was a balcony near me that I could have pushed my ex off of. He didn't get his sister pregnant yet. He didn't have a sister. Did he have a sister? No, he didn't have a sister. But, I wouldn't put it past him. He didn't have a sister. But if he did, maybe, I don't know. He got some other bitch pregnant. We will not get into my trauma at this time, though. Anyway, focusing. Agnes and Roos fall deeper in love, and then they make love for the first time, and I told you there was an exquisite lesbian sex scene that you all wanted to get. You all wanted to get to, and it really brought you to the end of the book, surely. Then Thomas comes from their lesbian sex. Thomas comes back. They know if he gets into the house, he will attack them. She figures out that she injured herself on the wheelbarrow when she was moving his body, and she kind of bleeds on him a bit, and that means that it brought him back, but also attached him to Roos. But they realize that if he gets into the house, he is going to attack them, so they block his entrance. It turns out when Roos was moving him, yeah, I said that. So the women are stuck in the house, and anyone who tries to help is killed. They do their best to survive. Wilhelmine does end up dying. Agnes comes up with the idea to take meds that if they do, it'll make the ghost disappear, and then Thomas can't hurt them. If you guys remember, he made her take pills before. Thomas made Agnes take pills, and that's what happened. They decide that they will do that, but Ruth wants one more night with Ruth to say goodbye. And when that happens, Ruth sneaks away and puts ground up glass that she collects for funsies, I guess, in Agnes's food. Ruth is arrested, and her lawyers prove that she couldn't have, that there's no way to prove that she had anything to do with the deaths at the estate. The doctor who tried to see if she was sane enough to be criminally responsible for the case decides to help her, gets her set up with a new place to live, an opportunity for employment, and in time she ends up forgiving Ruth, and they wait to see if Agnes can come back as a ghost. Was that pretty good? Did I do better with the synopsis? I did my best. Last time I went on too long. We're all good? Did I forget anything? Yeah, he's bound to Roos. Good job. Okay. We all, a lot of you guys finished this like last night, so it's fresh in your mind. But anybody who maybe read it like, I don't know, a month ago or something, hopefully that jogged some memory things, which will bring us to our first question. First question. Which character did you find the most relatable to yourself in your situation? Not necessarily your favorite character, but the character that maybe like you're like, oh, I see myself in this character. You think I would think about these beforehand? So for me, I guess I see myself a little bit more in Agnes, because I'm older, I guess. And so Agnes isn't necessarily old, but like, you know. I think it's also because of the abusive spouse aspect. Because I, lore drop, but my ex-husband was abusive. Maybe not quite to that extent, but he was pretty bad. And so that kind of like makes me, damn, I want to be a troll and say Thomas only because when he moved the statue, I was like, yo, that's funny as hell. Yeah. That is true. Do you also feel really possessive? That's how like I would like think of him, is he's a really possessive guy. And that's kind of where it all is coming from. I think that's the other thing, is that Thomas kind of reminds me of my ex, and that's why I really like feel like, oh, I get Agnes. Sorry, I really like this song. Ruth, I see myself, my younger self in her with her tendency to fawn, but I also connect with Ruth's gremlin activities. Yeah, that's true. I do see myself a little bit in Ruth. I find myself to be quite protective of the people that I love, and I think that I would bite out somebody's jugular. I think Ruth, protective, a bit overzealous at times, always mildly uncontrollable. Exactly. Yeah, Ruth is goals actually. Agnes and Ruth in really complex ways. Yeah. No, I see that. I just I know you guys. All right. All right. Good first question. See, this is our basic question. This one is a good one to just like get us going. Oh, kind Forge, hi. Hi my darling, my sweetheart. How are you? You try to hurt the people I love, jugular gone. Same here, Reese, for sure. I'm very protective, but also I'm a gremlin. Oh, that's Ruth. You're Ruth more. Ruth was the girl thing. I see my like younger self in Ruth a lot because I feel like I was a lot like that. Matcha. I want a matcha. I feel like I was like that when I was younger, but no, I think I was trying to force myself to be more like I wanted to like be more naive or something. I don't know. I wanted to seem more helpless than I actually was. I was pretty helpless, but like not that helpless. I definitely was. I had the worst pick me problems in my early 20s. Yeah, that is very true. That's how I ended up with my ex, I'm pretty sure. But I just like, I didn't feel very confident in who I was. I think that's like a common thing in your early 20s. Um, but I just wanted, I think it was also a little bit of Mormonism coming out in me, was that I wanted to be like that really submissive, um, placating, pleasing type of girl who would make a really good traditional wife. Trust me, confidence is much more attractive. No, I definitely agree with that now. But that's not how I was raised. I was like, you're a woman. You need to be meek, and you need to be this and that, and you need to show that you would be a good wife and mother, and you know, take well to a head of household, which is just not who I was, and I struggled with that, but I tried really hard to be that in certain places. I'm sure that Glitch is sitting there like, really? And I'm like, trust me, it was internal. I just wasn't good at it. It was a very internal struggle for me. Like I want it to be like that, but I had problems and autism, I don't know, but I really really want it to be like that. Glitch is probably like, what the fuck is she talking? She was not like that. She just said things out loud all the time. Anyway, let's go on to the next question. I don't know what it is, I can't remember. So, I made this yesterday. The world building of this novel considers how Ghost functions a lot. What are some of the differences you noticed in how we might consider how ghosts function in, you know, today, like with ghost hunters and stuff like that? Is there any significance to these details? Because I just thought it was interesting that there was very particular things that a ghost had to be. For example, the preservation of the body was important. Um, what repels them, what draws them in, you know, those types of things. I thought it was really interesting that she did a lot of different things with it, and if there's anything you noticed in it. I like it. It gives reasoning as to why it's not a normal occurrence. Yeah, true. I read, I don't know if I have it. I also liked a little bit that the ghosts kind of, oh shit, sorry. We'll stop. And then I'm typing. I'm typing. We are not talking. We are pausing for you to not be in agile. Also, hi Bubs. I don't know if you're in agile. Also, when you think about it, when you are lying, you give more details. So was Ruth making up these reasons? You're mixing up Ruse and Ruth, I think. You're not in agile. Okay, cool. Hi, how are you? Hi, Bubs. We're talking about the book for the book club. Did you get to read the book? Oh, was Ruth making up? No, I know. Oh, you're using the okay. So was Ruth but I guess Ruth could have also been making it up because I do believe that she also is kind of the one who like said, she's obviously the one who says that she's attracted to this. Salt is usually meant as a protectant with supernatural natural mythologies. I need to stop reading. I did not, but I'm here to support. Oh, I appreciate it. I unfortunately already did the synopsis. But, you'll learn some stuff about this. And also, I picked a book for next time that has a film adaptation. So, that's good, right? That's good. I almost made you guys read Bird Box. Aren't you happy I didn't? Actually, Bird Box isn't that bad. I kind of enjoyed it. Interesting things happened in it. Yeah, we could have done Bird Box, but I think I like the gay dads more. Also, I just love Paul Tremblay. To be fair, I really like Josh Malerman too, who is the author of Bird Box. I read maybe like 3 of his books. Yeah, Gay Dads. The book that we're actually gonna do is The Cabin at the End of the World. Let me get this open. By Paul Tremblay. That's the book that we're gonna read next time. I have 2 dads. You do. God damn it, Craig. But it does have a book. It has a film adaptation that came out in 2023 called The Cabin at the no, The Knock at the Cabin. It's a M. Night Shyamalan adaptation too, so it could be interesting. Who knows? All right. We were talking about blood and salt and all of that. So the world building of this novel considers how ghosts function a lot. What are some differences in what we know about ghosts and what the book says that you may have noticed? And is there any significance in these details? Do you think that salt is usually used to repel supernatural things? Mayfire says, "Oh my god, I love that. I always love when stories and history are a game of telephone and how things work in the occult." Yeah, that's true. She didn't read my actual book response. Wait, what did I miss? Did I miss a book response? No, I read something. I don't know. I'm lost. What did I lose? Oh, hello. Steam the Visionary. How are you? We're talking about this book. It is a good book, I think. No good. You just read it. I'm just impatient. No, I went up and got it. I got you. I got you, Craig. You just gotta chill. Yeah, you guys were in Agile and I was just hanging out. If I were to really like boil down this book, it is about damaged women who see ghosts, who are in a romantic relationship with one another and possibly their ghosts, and then also an ex-husband who's really possessive. Also, that ex-husband is a ghost. And also lesbians. And incest. is bad. Lesbians good, incest bad. Are we good? Is that what do you guys think? Is that a good synopsis of the book? Lesbians good, incest bad. 10 out of 10. What about lesbian incest? Yeah, I don't. It makes me think of the twincest porn videos that we had a conversation about these. Also, as my sister loudly has said here, no. No lesbian incest. No. And also lesbians, that was my favorite part. 69, you say? Lesbian incest. No. Lesbian ghost story about escaping their ex-toxic ghost husband who was into incest. The ghost husband did the incest, not the lesbians. The lesbians are not sisters. Oh, sister, lore has been dropped. Lore for you. Everybody else knows that Bubs is my sister. May, meet Bubs. Wait, did I miss a joke? God damn it. Kiwi, or actually, hold on. Let me back up. Let me go back up. Bubs, meet my new wife, Kiwi. The fuck am I hearing? I know. Okay, explain why this dude is into lesbians and incest. It's the 1950s and it's Netherlands. Oh man, that just made me say it. The Dutch are probably not into wait. The Dutch are probably not into incest. I don't have any Dutch here with me right now to confirm this.
One-time Dirt would be useful.
I know. Why is Dirt gone today? Why is he out today?
Because he knew you down.
He's like, I don't want to admit the incest things, the Dutch incest stuff. Damn, 1950s Dutchmen be wild. No, true. The time and location is why. I don't think that's how that works. All right. Let's talk about these ghosts, though. I thought it was really interesting that, like Ro was saying, that the they're drawn to salt, so they're very. That's what draws them in, is they like salt, so blood, tears, and all that. And usually we would use that to repel supernatural things. I remember doing like salt circles and stuff like that. And then also, they're repelled by death. And we usually think of places where a lot of death happens, or places where someone died, as haunted. So I thought that was kind of interesting that it was a reversal. Just subverting expectations. I don't think there's any significance to it other than like, hey, a really strong thing of saying like, hey, ghosts don't work the way that you think that they do. It's different. Oh, thank you for the follow, Visionary. For real, I might be a man, but I am okay with you on this one. Because men. Oh, I just thought of something. I wonder if the blood and salt suggests she's kind of a demon, not a ghost. I don't know. Maybe. But I kind of like, yeah, that's the thing, is I don't think that because of the lack of religious stuff, and like the Dutch aren't a very religious culture, at least Christian religious anymore.
Extremely Catholic.
But they're not like us evangelical Americans.
Well, nobody's as insane as you people.
He's saying that they're very extremely Catholic. What are you talking about? But I'm like, they're not like us Americans. But they don't seem to have. There was like no reference to religion in this at all. No reference to God. So my mind doesn't immediately go into demons or anything. Have a nice shower. I also think it's interesting that. Sorry, I really like this song too. I got distracted by the song. I think that it's interesting how the ghosts have to be, the bodies need to be preserved in some way. And then the ghosts themselves kind of appear like their bodies. I have the quote from the first chapter when she kind of describes what Ruth looks like. If I can read to y'all for a little bit. But despite everything, Mama says Ruth is in that little room underneath the floorboards with me. In the dark, her eyes sometimes flash green like that of a cat or a fox. At other times, she doesn't have eyes at all, just skin growing over the place where empty sockets should be. Her skin changes all the time, too. Sometimes it's the warm brown of an acorn. Occasionally it's black. Not in the way that some people are, but black like the certain type of woods, with a grayish tint to it. And the only time I managed to smuggle... the one time I managed to smuggle a flashlight down to me and shine it in her face, I see that her jaw is horribly dislocated. It hangs open and crooked. No wonder she can't speak, only moan. The doctor references religion a couple of times lately. The doctor asks them questions about moving on versus staying. That's true. I love ghosts decentered from religion. But I do think that, like... Of course the man is bringing it back to religion. No, I'm just joking. He's the only one who references religion, though. Ruth and Agnes never do. Not the man. Goddamn. Men. This is why I also picked this book. It was because it was written by a woman. And it was very, like, female-centered because of... Well, maybe I shouldn't say female, but, you know, it's very woman-centered because it's Women's History Month. And I thought, hey. Lesbians versus evil men. Yay, women. I don't know if there's any significance to the details. She did talk about in a interview that I looked at that there is a whole entire history of bog bodies, which is a thing in the Netherlands and in that area of the world, mostly because there's a lot of bogs out there. And like in America we think more swamp things because that's what we got most of, but I guess there's a thing of bog bodies that they pull out, these bodies that are like almost preserved because that's it's a whole thing. I don't really know anything about it, but it's kind of interesting. I mean, I know a little bit about bog bodies. I just didn't really realize that it was a whole, like, people make a big deal out of it. No, Egyptians would have loved that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, is like they're mummified almost. Well, not exactly, but they're like even better preserved than mummies. It depends on how long ago they were buried. But yeah, no, I just, I didn't realize there was, I almost want to say like there's a culture around bog bodies, but there kind of is. Go take your shower. I'm glad you're enjoying it, though. Otzi is my main man? Main, yeah, I figured. My many man. If the conditions are right, they are flash preserved for thousands of years. Yeah, I think that that's really interesting. Like, that was the thing that she was like, oh, I was really interested in spiritualism in the 1950s in the Netherlands. And then that whole culture and that explosion of the, like, the seances and stuff like that I guess happened in that time period for them, which kind of makes sense. Given it was, like, post-World War II and the economic recovery and things like that. And people had lost lots of family members in the war. So they were wanting to, like, reach out and have, like, closure on their past loved ones. Thank you for the hydrate. So that was what really inspired her for this. But also the bog bodies. And that's what Ruth is. I guess it seems to be that the ghosts not only have to be preserved, but maybe something awful happened to them. Like their death had to be like sudden in some way. Interesting though. I thought it was cool. You guys got anything else on ghosts you want to talk about? Ghost world building stuff in this book? I'm gonna give you guys a little minute of typing. The male spirit, he has super long limbs, and that was the most interesting thing to me. Yeah. I wonder why. Peter is his name. Yeah, they don't really talk. He doesn't talk a lot. He's very stoic kind of ghost man. Like, who was he? Was he in a burial mound or something? Yeah. Or was he stretched, maybe? Ancient king, maybe? I know, I'm very confused. In the book, no. But I'm itching to talk about someone's ghost, so no one will watch dumb ghost shows with me. Same, but I also just don't watch shows anymore. Yeah, I know. I was curious about Peter too, because they don't really talk about who he is or where he came from. He's just kind of there a lot. Like a warrior king, and he was super tall and stuff. Maybe. Did they say that he was a really old ghost? Like, is he a historical figure I'm not making a connection to? I didn't hear anything. Like, I read some interviews, and there was nobody really talked about Peter in any of it. The way spirits can interact with the world was interesting. Peter can carry Agnes, and Ruth can grind glass and give it to Ruth, but can't hurt the mama without possessing Ruth. It was interesting to see the limitations. There's another one where you can say, like, is this because it's a figment of Ruth's imagination? I know that Ruth says he's been around longer than her. That's true. She did say that. I forgot about that. Yeah. So he's ancient. Maybe it is some connection. You got any really tall, long-limbed French warriors that we should know about? He's sighing and thinking. Oh, I love the fuck out of this song.
But we do have the usual super heroic, like taller than 5 men and stronger than 10 and so on. So it's kind of hard to pin down. We have a lot of foolish.
Okay.
Redheaded was.
No, I don't think there was any of those details. It's just there's an old ghost. So he could have been like a Gaulish hero, is what he's basically saying. This song is so fucking good. I want to sing this song.
The people that were there and what became the Netherlands they were a mix of so
he's saying, I don't know.
There's a lot of cultures that could have been.
There's a lot of cultures that predate a lot that could have come from that. So it's too vast to really pin down to one person.
Specified, it's not very possible.
Oh my god, it's picking up that I'm mouthing the words to the song. Sorry. I like this song. The longer the spirits are around, the more distance from appearing here human. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, but I wonder if there's someone the author was directly referencing. Yeah, that's what I was asking him, is that maybe there was, but he's saying that the legends of that time are too vast that it could have come from the Franks, it could have come from the Gauls, it could have been some anything. And then also, but you say that, but we also had when Thomas came in, sorry, Jam, you say the longer spirits are around, the more distance from appearing human. But Thomas was new, and I remember them saying something about how he didn't quite remember how to be human, or were they talking about Peter at that? Maybe I'm mixing that up. But I thought that they were saying that Thomas looked weird because he just woke up and was still, I kind of like thought of it as he's a little too groggy to really put on his face correctly. But maybe that was Peter. Yeah, maybe that was Peter, now that I'm thinking of it. I don't know. Sorry. We can move on from this one. We can go to the next one. I'm watching the time. They have unearthed a lot of burial mounds in recent years. If the story extends to today, it would Peter's stuff be on display in a museum? Perhaps. They say Thomas looked the same but unsettling. Right, okay. Would Ruth's body be under glass? Possible. He's saying something about coffins with faceplates. Moving on, though, from ghosts. Ruth is abused in a way where her body and mind have a lot of arrested development. What are some examples of this and how it changed when she met Agnes? So her being extra thin to appear younger, and also like literally like making it impossible for her to develop a womanly body, and stopping her from menstruating. But then also she's really young and immature in some ways because she's never been allowed to freely explore things and learn to express herself and stuff like that. So there's a lot of different ways that I feel like she is naive and young seeming, and then also yeah, she just she starts off with that meek timidness, and I think that she starts to she's easily manipulated too. Which, I mean, she's young still at 21, but I think that it's interesting that those things change like immediately. I think there's some significance in the fact that when she meets Agnes, she has a period for the first time in a really long time. It's sort of a sign of her maturity, of her stepping into maturity, and basically shedding herself of the shackles of what has been holding her back and keeping her from reaching her full potential of adulthood. And so it's like a significant a sign of that being the first step of like, you're having a period. It's a sign of maturity and development, and that she's going to now develop further. And then also the blood thing. That blood attracts the ghosts. And that also was kind of creepy. There was some stuff there with the menstruation and okay, weird. Mia, do you think that she stepped into herself at all? Did she show any signs of further signs of maturity um as she uh she spent more time with Agnes and away from her abusers? She couldn't have moved a body at the start of the book, that's for damn sure. Yes, agreed. She still had trouble with it, but like she filled out quite like we actually see her physically change. She could hardly carry groceries, that's true. I think that even possibly making that choice to do that, yes, she was still trying to please somebody, and maybe it was done under manipulation, but she took a lot of self-agency to try to do something to make the woman that she loves very happy, even if she thinks that, you know, they can't be together or whatever. I'd say so, but only at the tail end of the book. Ruth was easily swayed by what anyone said. I think the switch, in my opinion, was most notable when she chose Agnes over Ruth. Yes, that's a good point. Hmm. I also think that the for me, I think the switch happens a little bit after she has her final confrontation with Mama. Also, is when she's like, "Okay, I'm done. I'm done with all of this." And that's when she like is like, "Nope, I need the truth. You need to tell me what's going on." And then I'm going to tell you what's going on, and we're all going to tell each other what's going on. And I think that she's the one who forces that moment of truth between the two of them too, is like needing to like know what's happening. And I think that honesty is a sign of maturity as well. So I think that for me, that I think that's where she shows a lot of strides in her maturity, but I do think that her deciding to choose Agnes over Ruth is a big step too, of her also like wanting to be rooted in something real. If we're also taking the idea that perhaps the ghosts aren't real, like maybe that's just a figment of her imagination, or you know, illness on her part. I don't know. I thought there was a lot of interesting thoughts of maturity, and I think that the arrested development that she has is uh I mean, it's common for people who were abused since childhood as well. Um and it's interesting to see people heal and grow out of that. And I think that we see it in the book. It's not like super obvious, but it was something that I thought was interesting and might be fun to talk about. Fun to talk about, she says. It's fun to talk about how people heal from abuse. I'm just gonna pause for a little bit more, and then we're gonna move on to the next question. I just don't want to rush you guys. You might be typing. I don't know. You know, if you're not typing, give me an emote to let me know it's okay to move on. Yeah, I don't know what to say about it. Okay. I just don't want. I just want to make sure we're good. I don't know. She was immature in a lot of her ways. That is true. We can move on. We'll get the next one. I think we're good. I see that, but I think it was easier for her to stand up to her mother because she was bedridden and sickly. That's true. That is true. I think that also seeing her mother can be weak and seeing how she can be strong and the position switched also made her go, huh, I'm prepared. Like, I actually can be a whole person. Sometimes that's what it takes. Anyway, but let's move on. We see several forms of bigotry in this story. What stood out to you? There was bigotry towards Agnes because she is part Indonesian. We saw bigotry in the form of misogyny. A lot. We saw it with the doctor. In the doctor's notes, there's some misogyny in there. I don't know if you caught it. And he wasn't such a bad guy, but it was just in there because it's like culturally a thing. And then there was also some anti-LGBT sentiments happening. But I did think it was interesting that like people thought that she was the sister-in-law with the TB. I didn't even read that. Said that it was in Agnes's nature to be helpful or something like that, and it made me say, "Whoa!" Out loud. Yeah, I know. She said a lot of things that were insane. Honestly, I feel like Agnes is a saint because she really she took care of Wilhelmine. And it was I wouldn't have. I would have been like, wow, die, enjoy death. That's right, she had TB. I couldn't remember that what she was suffering with. But also like she had a lot to say about Agnes, but I feel like she had something else. Where was I going at the beginning? Yeah, I believe they said consumption in the beginning. The other ones were more obvious, but that one was a backhanded compliment at most. It almost went over my head. No, I heard it too. I think that if you like, also I read it twice, so I think that maybe I might not have heard it the first time, but like I knew what she was going into it again, and then went, oh, good lord, woman. But there was also, in the beginning, weren't people kind of like they didn't want Roos to be around because they thought she was either like crazy or something about the seance house or something like that. So like when she would go to get groceries and stuff like that, they would like treat her sort of poorly. She had to stand outside of the shop and they brought her purchases to her. Yeah, because she wouldn't come inside. Ableist pieces of shit, man. Even if she was crazy, she could come in. I mean, I don't know. Probably also that I assume like the seance houses have some sort of reputation of ill, like ill reputation because of which is kind of fair if a creepy girl from the ghost house started talking to herself. No, not fair. Not fair at all. Just because people talk to themselves, it's fine. Insane, like, you know, I'll be like, a girl be haunted and a ghost gonna haunt me. I don't think so. No, you're fine. I don't think that they just think that she's crazy. We don't have to. If you're afraid of the mentally ill, you might need to go somewhere else. You might need to pick a new streamer, guys, if you're afraid of the mentally ill. I wouldn't assume insane. I'd assume that the ghost is gonna get me. Which says something about you also, that maybe you are at home with the insane people. What? The doctor said something about how lesbians is a known ailment of the lesbianism is a known ailment of the mind.
Yes, at the time.
And I thought that one was kind of fun, but we'll talk about that one more too. But there's a lot of LGBT bigotry and racism and sexism going on. It was kind of interesting. Oh, he used the word inversion. She's handing out the ghosties. Alright, okay, we'll keep going. If you think that Agnes and Ruth are not just mentally ill, why do you think that the medication makes their spirits go away? Because you remember, we talked about it a little bit, that Agnes was forced to take medication and it made Peter go away for her for a period of time, and he just like hung around until she stopped taking the medication and he would come back. Kind of points to the fact that maybe it is just that you're crazy. Could be just that you're insane. But if that's not true, if we suspend disbelief or whatever and think, okay, they're not just mentally ill, why do you think the spirits go away then? It's a sedative that dulls the part of the brain that senses them. Okay. Yeah, okay, we got 2 on the sedative track. Maybe it's a type of sedative, makes them not as aware of the world around them. If it was in the 1950s, yeah, it would. I mean, even now it's a sedative. A lot of the times, the antipsychotics are often just a sedative. But I'm trying to think of. I don't know what it would have been at that time. He's saying it would have been opiates of some kind. I mean, I don't know enough about how treatment would have been back then, and especially not in the Netherlands, to like point to like this is what it would have been. But it like my brain goes to like laudanum, but that's like that's 19th century stuff. I'm thinking of video game mechanics of Bloodborne. You take a sedative to dull the perception of the eldritch horrors. No, that's true. I've seen that in other things too. It dulls the perception. So, I don't think we get into it here. Hold on, let me just make sure. Not how the relationship. Okay, hold on. Yep, this is where I wanted to ask it. Do you think that they are actively seeing ghosts? Do you think the ghosts are real? Or do you think that it is just a symptom of their mental illness? Because we can't sit here and say that they're not mentally ill in some way. They are. But do you think the ghosts are real? Glitch is on 100% real. Real team real. I think that the story is more interesting if you think they're real. You got to be a little crazy to see ghosts. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yes, they are real. Oh, guys, you're my people because I'm on team 100% real too. I don't think anybody else is actively participating but you two right now. That's okay. I love you both. You two are mother's favorite right now. Not speaking from experience. No, not me. No, I think, you know, I got my ghost experiences too. And dear boy in my house. Currently. Well, he comes and goes. What about you? What about you? Oh, there you are, Mir. I don't know. You hadn't said anything in a while. Mir, do you think that they're crazy? Or do you think the ghosts are real? Well, do you think it's a symptom of their mental illness, or do you think that the ghosts are real? And also, while I'm at it, do you have paranormal experiences? We won't get into details about them because we will go too long on that. But like maybe later we could swap ghost stories. You want to swap ghost stories later on? Are you doing? You're doing an archipelago with it. Okay. I think they're meant to be. Let them see the ghosts easier. Yeah, okay. You think you kind of have to be, or at least have been through a Mentee recently for ghosts to manifest for you. And I was doing Torah study. That's fine. It's nice they'll go in. Alright. Let's go. Oh no. Are you typing? Are you typing? Should I move on? I don't know. This is so much harder. It's so much harder. When you're in a group with actual people, you could like see when they're like, I'm ready to say something. What I should do is I should find like some sort of thing where you can like put in your comments with a specific like thing, or like maybe a way to like raise your hand, or I don't know, something that I can like keep track of. It's nice to pop in and out because the energy is interesting. Oh boy. All right, let's go on to the next question. When Roos visits Mama on her deathbed, she says that Roos is her actual daughter, which is not what Roos believes. Do you believe that that was true, or was this just another way for Mama to inflict pain on her? What do I think? There's like a part of me, Mama was just being petty. Pain from Mama, yeah. There's a part of me that thinks that it kind of, like, I can see where Roos maybe would have just been like, no, that's not my mother. And I don't believe that. Because I don't want her, like, I don't want to be associated with her. I want to be able to break cleanly from her. And so she, like, makes that up in her head and just makes it her truth for, like, a long time. But I kind of think, yeah, it's so hard to, it also could just be that she's being a fucking bitch because that's what she does. But then, like, she could also be lying to herself saying that she's my real daughter, and that could just be like, and that Mama truly believes that now because she seems sort of like a narcissist.
Or also, having a bad mother.
Yeah, I know, but she's insane.
So is mine. She's still my mother. I fucking hate her. I want to kill her. So.
Glitch, why do you think she might be her real mother? Expand on that. Tell us more. Unless it's, I don't know, vibes. Also, that's fair if it's IDK vibes. Because, yeah, I can kind of see where she might have... Where Ruse might have been like, I just don't want to have anything to do with her. Or it's even possible that Mama at one point in time was like, you're not even my daughter. I just picked you up out of... Your father hated you and left you with me. You have no one. Like, it could have been a lie that even Mama told her in the beginning. Vibes, but also other than the memory of a young abused girl, what evidence do we have? Like, even the lie, the concept of her not being her mother could have been an abuse tactic that she used when she was young. Yeah, she might have misheard an offhand comment. Or her, I mean, it's not above Mama to tell her something that is made to be Barb's. I don't know. I was wondering what you guys thought, because I was kind of like on the fence about it. I was like, I could see a reality in which she is her mother, and then also I can see a reality in which she's just trying to make her, using the last moments that she has and in a weakened state to still cause her, to try to cause her pain. It's in her nature to be abusive, and she wasn't in the stronger position, so she was using anything that she could have had. Okay. Remy is saying that when people are on the brink of death, they tend to be more truthful.
To make a man.
They might seek to make amends because they're thinking they're going to meet their maker. She saw Roos put together... Yeah, she saw Roos put together and wanted to tear her down. Parents with good intentions often say things that stick with children for years and hurt them. No, I agree with that too. That's why I'm saying that, like, it makes sense. It makes sense that this could be something that was unintentionally told or intentionally told to hurt her, or unintentionally be like, this isn't even my kid. Like, you know, just being like frustrated and be like, you're not my kid. That's not my kid. Whose kid is that? You know, something like that. And then like misinterpreting that or taking it literally when it was just meant to be a figurative thing could have been possible. If she had said, that man just left you here with me, Roos might have interpreted that with, oh, not my mom, okay. Yeah, no, true. But I do agree that it also makes sense that she saw Roos put together and wanted to find a way to tear her down. And this was effective because it did, like, really it not confused her, but it I don't know what the word I'm looking for. Startled comes to mind, but it's not. You know, it threw her. It threw her. She was doing pretty well, and then she was like, I am anxious now again. And then she leaves, and she is upset. And she did also say some nasty shit while she was trying to leave. But the nice thing about it was she was able to walk away, so that's kind of cool. Alright, we're gonna have an ad again, so I'm sorry you're gonna be in ad jail, but I will break while you guys are in it. I can't see the mama raising Roos from birth. It's more probable that she just grabbed a kid from an orphanage just as a helper. Like some people adopt kids just as a service child for help. Yeah, possible. It seemed like he died in the war, the father, but maybe I'm off on that. That he left her. He left Ruth with her because he didn't have anybody to watch her while he had to go to war. Was how I interpreted it. If Mama wanted to make herself look better, she could have said, "Oh, I took this girl and I'm so wonderful. I'm so special. Look at me." It's true. But also, you guys are in ads. Real quickly, there was a lot more shame in adopting kids back then.
Depends on the
Now I'm all alone. Because you guys are in ad jail. I'm by myself. All by myself. Me and Nightbot reminding you guys to look at my YouTube and TikTok maybe. Go add comments. I don't know. I put up a song one because that was what I had. YouTube was broken a couple of days ago. I think they fixed it now. But you couldn't upload anything. It would get stuck. And it wouldn't let you go any further. And you would have to get out of the loading screen and let it like run. And then go to your to the app on your phone. And that was the only way that you could finish it. Otherwise you couldn't get into like the other publishing or scheduling screen. That was the only fix that they had. What?
You were gonna take a break? What do you want to break?
I'm just saying some stuff. There's some people who are subscribed who are kind of lurking. I'm not talking about the book. I'm just talking about stuff. What's this song? I don't know this one. I knew the last one. It was a good one. Oh. This is Celtic Women. I see fire. Oh, I do know this one. This is Scribblers. And we should all burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night, calling out, Father. Watch the flames burn over in the mountainside. Sounds bad with me singing with it, sorry. We should die tonight, then we shall all die together, with the flames climb high, for the last time. Sing out, Father, prepare us, we will watch the flames burn over on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky, and I see fire inside the mountain. I see fire burning the trees, and I see fire hollowing souls, and I see fire. Blood in the breeze, and I hope that you remember me. Alright, I'm done. Hi, welcome back from Agile. I was singing along to the song. Okay. We're gonna move on from this one, but thank you for watching ads for me. How do you think... Oh, I fucked up this. How do you... What? Okay. What do you think about how the book portrayed LGBTQ people in this time period? I know it's a little bit different because we're not Dutch, and our Dutch person is not here to help us. But you know, you can use your own thoughts. It's the 1950s. It's probably not that different. Burning the trees and I see fire, following souls and I see fire, burning the trees, and I hope that you remember me. Anyway, we should add this to the song list. What do I think about how gay people were represented in this? I think it was represented well because the lesbians were lesbianing real good. But I was thinking more about like how people maybe reacted to it, and I feel like there's some subtext to recommend. This is on your playlist of songs to recommend. Obviously, I already know it. But I think that there's some subtext going on in this that is talking about insanity and lesbianism and how the culture equates the two, and we see it with the doctor literally saying it out loud. But we also see like Agnes is just like, is it just that Agnes is so like comfortable with being a lesbian? Like, I don't know, they seem to be like really cool with just being in this relationship, and they don't seem to have any pushback of like worrying about what people think of it. Is it because they're so insular in their own bubbles and their own worlds? And interesting enough, Wilhelmine never says anything about, you know, she never throws out a carpet munchers comment. I don't know. I thought it was interesting. The doctor blaming her homosexual tendencies on her mama issues was wild. Yeah. My husband's saying it's quite realistic, though. Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's not that he thinks that is the case, but that is something that a doctor definitely would be saying in the time period. I do think it is interesting that Wilhelmine never says anything. Did she just like not realize that's what was happening? It's accurate, but still, yeah, no, I agree. I think there's almost like an inconsistency, and I don't know if it's just because Ruth doesn't really think about it, but I think it's also because she's kind of been in a lesbian relationship with Ruth since she was a kid, which is problematic. But you know, they have some I don't know, that relationship is a thing. I just feel like she's always been like, yeah, I'm a lesbian. I never questioned it. Well, after they fuck the first time, I think she figures it out. But incest woman has no room to stand. I mean, she probably did hear them. Yeah, no, I agree. um, incest woman has no room to stand. It's funny. Um, I had a thought percolating, and now it's gone because incest woman has no room to stand. It took me out a little bit there. Oh yeah. I don't know if like Ruth never questions her sexuality. She just seems to be like totally like good. She can hardly breathe enough to say a slur. But I mean, even other people aren't that taken aback when they see the women traveling together. Then again, Ruth did look quite young at that time, so maybe they thought that they were like sisters or an aunt and a niece or something like that. They were the family in some way. Hi, Vera, welcome. But they were sharing rooms, and I guess that's not as weird. The like women maybe are more allowed to like share a room than men are. And then they're two different races too. There's no reason to think lesbian two women stay together for safety issues. Yeah. But I think that another interesting thing to think about though is that like I don't know, just as somebody who grew up in today's world and not the 1950s, um I struggled a lot with like being okay with my bisexuality like internally.
You were raised Mormon, huh?
And I know I was raised Mormon, but like I just think that that's my Mormon upbringing in the 2000s also is quite emblematic of the 1950s and how they treated gay people. So like it's sort of similar. And so like I struggled with that, but Ruth does not struggle with her sexuality at all. She's just like okie dokie boobs. Let me hop in this bed with this woman I love, and I'm just like, let me just be in love with all these ladies, and I'm just like, maybe I'm jealous of her. I don't know. And then like I don't know if even Agnes like questions it, but like you can't tell because you're not in her head at all. Um, I don't know. I thought it was interesting. Who would have told her it was bad? She didn't leave the house, didn't go to church, had no real media to say anything against it. Surprised her mother didn't, or maybe not mother. Mama might have. But Agnes is also comfortable getting into the relationship. She doesn't, unless, again, we don't know what's going on in her head, but maybe her putting distance between them was her like struggling with it is possible. Hmm. She also just like Agnes just knew that Kiss was scrumptious and wanted more. True, probably real, probably also yes. The mother might have said something, but she might not have seen the signs. All of her affection was on a woman Mama could not see, and also she didn't care about her anyway. Well, that's true, especially when she got older. Um, when damn it, I hate when my thoughts do this and they slip away from me. Yeah, other than the kiss might have been a tip off to her, but she was pissed about the fainting in the doctor bill. Yeah, she was upset that she touched her, but also it was a um I don't think that she was upset about the kiss because they're not supposed to touch her. She was just upset that she like didn't do the follow the rules to a T. Hmm. But yeah, I do think that like when we see, especially from the doctor's point of view, um, there there's a lot of realism in how gay people are considered. Um, the idea that it's a mental illness, it's it's a manifestation of her relationship with her mother, the inversion. I thought that it was nice that there was a lot of specific medical realism in that, and that was mentioned but like not dwelled on. But I like that it was in the doctor's notes. Okay, we can move on from this one. We're getting to our last bits, which is good because we're like an hour or 2 hours in. The relationships that Ruth has with people and spirits is often kind of tumultuous, as we've discussed. Are any of her relationships actually healthy? Nope. Are any of Ruth's are they? I don't know. I guess the Agnes one, I don't know. It's nice that Agnes is there and she's all like, hey, you know, I just wanted to get you out of that situation. You don't have to stay with me though. You can go like figure out your own life. That's good. But also it's just like there's like a power dynamic in that is a little bit like not great, that fizzles away over time, I think. But like but then like what ends up happening because of it is that she just it's a codependent, which is not great. But if we want to talk about codependency, the relationship between Ruth and Roos is so crazy. The power dynamic is always there, but for her in every relationship, her and Agnes, oh sorry, okay. Her and Agnes and her and Ruth, the power dynamic is always there for her in every relationship, her and Agnes and her and Ruth. Yeah, she does have the power. Ruth is always the less powerful in all relationships. But that's also because she's the less powerful in everything. She's kind of weak. Weak women, you know? Gross. I mean, some people are weak. I don't know. Ruth sees herself as beneath regardless. It's true. She's also young, though. Young and abused, and it might take her a while to come into herself. You know? We haven't seen Ruth in her 30s. Maybe she figures she's got this doctor guy who's trying to like get her some agency and to help her develop. And that's another thing that's kind of annoying about Agnes, is that Agnes was like trying to help her and get her away from this situation that she's in, and that's good. We like that. Yay, Agnes. However, you're not gonna then like, I don't know, give her a way to grow. You like expect her to, yeah, no guidance. You pulled a girl out of a situation where she was being controlled, and then you just leave her to flounder and like expect her to just be like, okay, well, now it's time for you to grow legs and start walking. And she's like, but I am fish, I still fish, I fish. Please give me some help here. I don't know. Find me a stream. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing. Okay, I'm back. I had to go install new mirrors on the car. Yay, welcome back. She leaves her by herself constantly, and then is surprised when Wilhelmine, the most, like, manipulative, I mean, like, yeah, sure, she's dying, but she's still manipulative. Surprised when Wilhelmine is able to manipulate her. You left her with her? Anyway. Do I have feelings about this? Yeah, I do. Are any of her relationships healthy? No, I don't think so. Can we just Ruth's relationship, even from the very onset, is so weird. This is a 5-year-old girl. There's a 5-year-old girl in a fucking floorboard prison thing, and she's biting on her hand somewhere, and she flicks blood onto Ruth at some point because she has to try to grab a rope or something like that. Accidentally flicks her blood onto Ruth, and Ruth like suckles it up and then finally speaks for the first time. And what does she say? Hold on, I have it. All right. There we go. Ruth, she whispers, her breath smells like pennies. You need never be alone again now, Ruth. You have named me and let me drink from you. We are wedded to each other now, and you and I. You're my helpmeet and yokemate. I am yours. I shall keep you safe. To a 5-year-old girl. I know it is. He's saying it's more ritualistic, and you gotta. We do need to keep in mind that Ruth is old. Yeah, no, like it probably comes from a different type of culture, but I'm not saying that Ruth is the problem here. It's the way that Ruth is going to interpret it as a young girl in the 1950s. And how that gets well, I mean, yeah, blood gets flicked onto her accidentally, and she's immediately like, "Ooh, wifey." That's the way it's interpreted to Ruth, I think. And then she's immediately set up to this concept of belonging to somebody. Girls say. Kinky. This is this child's first connection outside of her mother. This definitely won't have long-lasting consequences, Jam. Surely. I'm trying to think of her relationship with the doctor. What's the doctor's name? Does anybody remember? I'm trying to... I have parts of the book. I don't have the full one. Hold on, I think I got it. You don't have it. Very Yuri coded. And this time I don't mean lesbians. Oh, okay. Yes. I don't see it. Did they never say his name, maybe? Montague. Montague. Yeah, it is right. Dr. Montague. Maybe that's why my brain was like, couldn't be that, because that's the name of the doctor in Haunting of Hill House. But yeah, Dr. Montague. I wonder about that relationship and if we could consider whatever is going on there healthy. Because obviously, like, I mean, I don't even mean like it doesn't necessarily have to be a romantic relationship, but obviously her relationship with her mother is not healthy, obviously. Her relationship with Agnes is not healthy. Her relationship with Ruth is not healthy. Hell, even her relationship towards Peter is a little bit weird and guarded. Wilhelmine is bad and manipulates her, and then we have this doctor, though, who is trying to help her. Could we consider that a more healthy relationship? I'd say no. He obviously already had biases before taking her on as a patient. Yeah. I also... um there's a part of me that doesn't love the concept of him being so involved in her life and then also being her doctor, like providing a place for her to live, trying to help her find employment and stuff like that. Like that's a thing that should exist in the world, and like people who are trained should be the ones who are like social worker type people should be there to help with that kind of things. I realize that it's the 1950s and maybe that's not like a thing right now. But then he's also giving her, he's going to continue to treat her. I thought that was her lawyer. Was it? I thought that the doctor took her on completely and helped her find the place. But maybe it was the lawyer and I misread it. It was the doc. That's what I thought. The lawyer just existed. Did a good job, and then the doctor was there, and I don't know, the doctor like takes this liking to her, and it like really, I don't know, it feels unethical. And so then I was even like, even the doctor is a bad relationship. She's never had a healthy relationship, and then she ends up forgiving Ruth, and Ruth comes back into her bed and is like, I'm so sorry, I fucked up. And then they're like, well, you know, maybe Agnes will come back to us. Who knows? And so what, she's gonna wait her days for this woman? And I don't know. It is a good time to be like, can we imagine a 30-year-old Ruth and what she would be like? Did she grow to become stronger? Did she continue to like heal and get stronger and like maybe banish Ruth or something like that, or not wait around for Agnes? Does she become her own whole person, and what would that person be like? That's something that I'm curious about. Ruth waiting for the rest of her life for her ghost lesbian, I'm sorry, Lesbian Lex. That's sort of what I think might be the reality of what happens in me hoping that she becomes more healed and like, I don't know, finds a nice Dutch woman who's just like, let's start a farm and breed goats in the countryside. Maybe that's just wishful thinking for Ruth. And like Ruth can still be there, but like she gotta chill with this helpmeet thing. What?
Lesbian Lex.
She could have had a meet cute with another girl in her building. That's true. That would be really nice. Okay. No. Do you think that she stays stuck? Waiting for ghosties. You think she's gonna stay waiting for her ghosties? I just always hope that people who are in those types of situations when they're in because it is really difficult to get yourself out of an abusive situation, and you are conditioned to think in certain ways and to believe certain things. Yeah, what happened to Peter? Okay. But yeah, I was saying it's hard to get out of abusive situations. You are conditioned to like think certain things, believe certain things, and you really internalize those thoughts and feelings and stuff like that. So it can be quite difficult to push yourself out of it. And I think that it is possible that she is able to do it, because we do see her getting, this is like a couple of maybe months of her life post mama. Perhaps with more time she could grow even stronger, but I do kind of also see that she just stays stuck waiting for her ghost love. And I guess some people think that's romantic, but I don't. I think that's sad. We want to know what happened to Peter. Maybe he got to move on because his person... Well, no, because he's probably still preserved in some way. I don't know. Okay. This one's a dumb question. Is this a supernatural polycule? I don't know. I was writing for questions and this one came out of my hands, out of my typing, and I went, we're keeping it in because it's silly. This is a silly question. It does lead to the consideration. Do you think that, I mean, we understand that there's at least a somewhat romantic there's romance involved in the relationship between Ruth and Roose. Why do you need to ask? It is silly because yes, obviously. But I wonder, do you think that there is a romantic aspect to the relationship between Peter and Agnes? Like, is she, I mean, we know she's bisexual, at least a little bit. But maybe she's not. Maybe she just, like, societally, it was like, oh, I gotta marry a man. Is it, though? Ruth is Ruth's girlfriend, but I don't think Ruth is Ruth's girlfriend. Hold on, I need to reread that. Ruth is Ruth's girlfriend. Okay. I don't think Ruth is Ruth's girlfriend. So, fair comfort is in fact a hell of a drug. I'm wondering if... Okay, so are you saying that do you think that Ruth considers Ruth her girlfriend, but Ruse does not consider Ruth her girlfriend? Or is it the opposite way? Because I can't read that for some reason. My brain is like, what is that? Peter loved her. I don't know if romantic... So then Ruth isn't... Because Ruth... Okay. That's what I'm wondering what... Yeah, yes, the firsted one. I wish I remembered which order I said it in. Ruth loves Roose, but Roose does... Okay. Alright. I'm on you. I'm with you now. I think my brain broke. Yeah, I don't know. Mine did too. Obviously, it broke more. Ruth loves Roose romantically, but not the reverse. Okay. Alright. I see what you're saying. I think that Roose almost reluctantly does. I think that she hold on. You're upsetting my thought process here for a second. Don't interrupt me. Cause now I don't know what I was gonna say. I think that Roose kind of plays into the romantic feelings that Ruth shows her, or the romance that Ruth shows her, because she's placating in a way, and she doesn't know she doesn't really know that she doesn't return them. She's just like, oh, I like this person, or this ghost, I guess. I like this ghost lady. She keeps me company. She's not mama, and I want her to be happy, so I'm gonna allow her to do what she wants to do. But Remy said something about her being uneducated and not knowing how I don't know exactly what you were getting with her being uneducated.
Doesn't have the not adult enough to understand.
He's saying that she's too immature to know how those complicated feelings work. The feelings are too big for her, and especially like when she's a kid, that's very true. And then we see that she's kept in that childlike mind frame for the majority of her life. So that does make sense that she just doesn't have the maturity to understand the complications of romantic love. I almost feel like she's aromantic, but then she does like show love in a lot of different ways, especially when she sees Agnes. But like I think she doesn't understand them. I do agree that she's really immature. I feel like Ruth almost sees Ruth as a godparent-like figure, but in a best friend sisterly kind of way. Yeah, I could see that. So it's not a polycule. Silence. Kelly just does silence and then is like thinking about it. I think if we all agree that Ruth is, it can't be a it might be from Ruth's point of view. I was gonna say that. I'm not fully qualified to say. I could say that I could see it being from Ruth's point of view because she's very much in love with Ruth, and the romance is definitely. I almost don't want to say it's one-sided because I just think it's because Ruth is too immature to fully embrace it. I don't know. Glitch said yes. Why do you need to ask? Are you swayed? Are you swayed in thinking maybe not because I agree that Ruth wasn't at least romantically interested? It's a silly question. We don't have to linger on this one, but now I'm interested. Of course I'm interested in the poly question. And she stretches. We have one more dumb question. Peter's just chilling. You think Peter's just chilling? Yeah. Maybe Peter just likes to watch. He's pretty stoic, you know? He's in the chair, exactly. He just sits and he's like, carry on. Ruth loved Ruth, but she did feel like she could dump Ruth, so I don't know. I think that her choice to be like, oh, we can do this. I don't think that she was willing to dump Ruth as much as she was willing to have preservation. Because I think that she's, worried that Thomas is going to kill her. But Thomas seems to be only really off for vengeance with Agnes, so she doesn't want Agnes to die, and Ruth is already dead, so it wasn't a good thing to, like... It was a shitty situation to be in. Well, the thing, too, from Ruth's perspective is that someone she met at 5 years old, so that definitely complicates Ruth's thoughts on whether she sees Ruth in a romantic way. I agree with that, too. But I also, I do agree with Remy when he says that she's too immature. And her immaturity is, really shown in the first time that she's actually... The any romantic aspect that you could parse from the relationship between Ruth and Ruth was foisted on her. She didn't have much choice in it. She just got called yokemate real fast because she let this... Well, she accidentally got some blood on this ghost. Okay. But that's what it is. Any type of romantic relationship, though, comes from that. What the fuck is my phone doing? Good lord. It's not. The first time that she chooses a romantic relationship is with Agnes. Is what I'm trying to get at. So, perhaps because of the agency involved with it, it is more real to her. Let me get to this one from Glitch. Also, maybe it comes down to consent. Hey, there we go. Ruth never had a choice, but maybe also Ruth doesn't have a... Are you trying to say consent either? Yeah, okay, it doesn't have consent either. True. But maybe there's some sort of ritualistic... Maybe there's some sort of ritualistic aspect to the blood binding them, and so she doesn't have a choice in the matter. Yeah, no, we know. I'm glad that's how you feel about it, but we're having a conversation over here about a book you haven't read and don't care about. Yeah, when that came up and the typo one, bitch. That's why I laughed a little bit there. Yeah. I wonder if that's why she puts more emphasis on the relationship between herself and Agnes, though, is because of the agency, the consent. It feels more real. I don't know. Are you done with this one? We're done with the polycule question? I thought it was funny. But also, hey, we talked about some interesting stuff with it. Who knew? Because now we're going to get to some dumb shit. You ready for the dumb shit part of this? There's always a dumb shit question. Last time we put our characters into the cast of Friends. This time, the characters in this book end up on a trashy reality TV show, America's Next Top Real Brother Survivor Island. Which character trope do each of them fulfill? Are you ready for your options? The angry wild child. The midlife crisis. The sob story. The here to win. I didn't come to play, I came to slay. The delusional douche. The regular guy. The dumb beauty. And the judgy bitch. I know there's not enough characters to work with, but, we can leave some blank. So, the characters are... And then, I need my notebook. Ruth, Agnes, Peter, Thomas, Wilhelmine, Dr. Montague, and Mama. Remy says that Dr. Montague is the normal guy. Just the normal guy. And wait, Mama. I needed to write that down. Peter is just the regular guy. He didn't ask for this shit and he wants to look at dead spiders. True. True. Damn. Wait, Peter would love my house. Mine too. I kind of argue that maybe Thomas is the delusional douche. 100%. Maybe it's just my joke is that Peter is the midlife crisis only because he's really old. And he's, what am I doing here with all of these children? Just booyah. Here to win. Oh, why are you? No, allow. Here to win could be either Mama or Wilhelmine, or however you spell it. Peter having to deal with 3 dumb lesbians. Okay, hold on. I was thinking Wilhelmine made sense for the judgy bitch, but maybe I was just... She's so racist. Wait, Peter... Peter know what he want. He just wants to vibe. Fairy, you know Wilhelmine better than I do. Oh. She is trying to win. She is a conniving bitch, though, so it does work. Mama could be a judgy bitch, too. I think we all know who should be the angry wild child, though. And I'm just gonna write it down, and you guys can tell me if I'm right or not. Mama could also be the sob story. It's Ruth. It's Ruth, 100%. She's just like, I'ma fuck somebody up. Ah, here's your throat. Dom, 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 dom.
Maybe that's not normal in her.
Broken glass. And we love her for it. Yep, no question about it. I think she's actually the favorite character in this. Everyone sort of sucks a little bit in some ways. Other than Peter and Ruth is an angel, actually. Shiny things? Wait, what? Broken glass. Oh, broken glass. Broken glass. I understand now.
You don't know, maybe that's...
I think that this one's also really easy, and I think we all are good with this one. But, why am I there we go. Thomas is the delusional douche. It's hard to see this one. But he's saying, when someone looks at me, they probably think I have a lot going on. And I don't know who these people are because I don't watch these things. Ooh, we can snooze this ad, but we'll wait a little bit. Mods, keep an eye on the ad thing and try to snooze it when it gets closer. She's just like me for real. We have contention on the regular guy of this being Peter or Dr. Montague. If Peter's the regular guy, what is Dr. Montague? Is Dr. Montague our midlife crisis or here to win? I don't know. He's writing the thing. The dumb beauty. Oh, y'all. I mean, she's not necessarily pretty, but she is dumb. The doctor is a tad bit of a judgy bitch. That's true. All right, we all. I agree. I'll give you guys this for Peter too, because I think you guys are right. Peter is our regular guy. He's the nice regular guy. He's just a nice guy. Here to win, he wants to cure his patients for the clout. Yeah. Could be. Could be. Alright, we don't have to put him in though. Peter is baby girl. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna hit that snooze now. Yay. Let's go back to the other one. Sob story. Agnes for sob story is my what I think. She has that whole thing with the boarding school and her father. She has major daddy issues. Like we have mama issues going on Agnes for sob story makes sense. Ooh, yeah. Okay, wait. My first thought on Mama though was Here to Win. Yeah, I'm kind of on that. I could go with that one too. No, that actually, she's also, they're both conniving bitches. We'll do Agnes here for now. We can, no, Mama makes so much sense for this one. I agree with you guys. I'm gonna go Mama here. Mama Here to Win, Wilhelmine is the judgy bitch. Yes, I agree with this. Let's go over there and do that one too. Judgy bitch. Can't remember how to spell it. Hold on, I have it written down. Wilhelmine. Okay. Wilhelmine. There we go. Oh, fuck. Oh, thank you. Wilhelmine. Mama. Okay, wait. Roos is the dumb beauty. That was my thought too. Mama is more about her goals, only bothers with judgy when it gets her something she wants. Agree. I think that is a good one there. Do we agree with dumb beauty for Roos? Yeah. I'm glad you guys like this one. It's so stupid. I spent so long looking up the archetypes for reality TV show. Now we have only one left. And do we only have one person left? So then that makes... Yeah, that's all we got. The only person we have left is Dr. Montague, and he's... I mean... This is not unrealistic for him to be midlife crisis. There we go. Now it fits. You know, it does make a certain sense. I think it works. Yeah. You guys feel it. Look at all these gifts. I spent so long on this. It's ridiculous. It was stupid. All right. So, for our cast of our new reality TV show, America's Next Top Real Brother Survivor Island, we have Ruth in the the role of the angry wild child. Dr. Montague is the midlife crisis. Agnes is the sob story. Mama as here to win. The delusional douche is played by Thomas. And then we have our regular, just nice guy, Peter. The dumb beauty is Roos, and the judgy bitch is Wilhelmine. Time to adopt a daughter, I guess. Like, I couldn't give you evidence for that, but off vibes, definitely. The doc's just like, it's time to adopt a daughter, I guess. Yup, that's kind of what he did. You could see that decision being a midlife crisis. Let me take responsibility of this demented girl who needs a lot of assistance. He's probably the only one who's going to like give her the ability to like stand up on her own and have and take agency for her own life, though, if she decides to get there. He's in his daddy era, yeah. If you think about it, though, like we could try to consider a better archetype for him. I don't know all of the archetypes, but I did look up a bunch. Reality TV cast archetypes. There was this article that you guys can't see the whole thing of. Hold on, I will make it better. A little better, a little bit. Not good enough. Okay, let's try this one. Too good. Hard to see. Okay. Other ideas? Why are all my browsers like this? I have like certain browser screens that work. There you go. Now you can see the whole thing a little bit better. Okay. Build compelling characters using reality TV archetypes. And they have a list down here of the character types for men. You guys are in jail. All right. But I'm going to hold this up. And we will talk about it. So this article is basically like, it is a dumb article. They say use the reality TV archetypes in order to build characters for the book that you're gonna write. And it just sounds so stupid. A note of caution. The Angie list is inevitably American-centric. You'll find fewer good old boys or surfer dudes in the UK. However, it is worth reimagining these types with your own culture in mind. Additionally, a few of the characters point to a certain race. It's an uncomfortable fact that the quirky girl on TV show is most likely Asian, and the pop-off queen is likely to be black. However, I would caution writers not to fall into racially insensitive character cliches when using these archetypes for their own fiction. Okay. I don't know. I think it's dumb. Getting back to my native roots with that one. Thanks, Beaver. I put no effort into it, so imagine if I did it with effort. Imagine if I did it with effort, you know? He says you gotta imagine because she's not gonna happen. She's not gonna do it. That is the way we used to do drum circles, but like I was a kid, so I wasn't. You had to be. First off, in our tribe, in order to be in the actual drum circle, you typically had to be a man, but we had a female led and like women only drum circle too that would sometimes play at our powwows. Um, but you had to be an adult and I was a child. But I used to dance in the powwows. I really wanted to learn how to do what we call a jingle dance because the regalia for that dance had these little bells. You guys know how I feel about bells. I fucking love bells so much. Which tribe, if you don't mind me? I was like I stopped being. Cherokee Nation. I was part of the Red Hawk Cherokee society though, is the one that we worked with. Hello, welcome back from ad jail. I was saying that we could try to find a better fit for Dr. Montague based on this stupid article that I found that was kind of helpful, honestly. Where the article is about using reality TV archetypes for creating your cast of characters in a book. Sounds like a bad idea, honestly, but I don't know, maybe. But it does list a lot of the archetypes that you'll find in them. So we could kind of like take a look. They say that they're American centric because, you know, reality TV show is kind of an American thing now, I guess. Not that it started there. I don't think it did. I really think it... When I started watching reality TV show stuff, it was on BBC, and so I kind of always think that it's mostly a UK sort of thing that America took and fucked real hard. It's not. Where does it come from? Does it? But like, I feel like Big Brother was the UK. I thought that Big Brother came from the UK before it came to the US. What Not to Wear came from the UK before it came to the US.
Yeah.
A lot of the competition type shows came from... Okay, all right, okay. He's saying it's an American thing. I believe it, but I'm surprised. Good old boy is a southern accent, country roots, often farmer, rancher, social... No, that doesn't work. The know-it-all? Maybe? Highly intelligent, understands strategy, often well-educated, funny, but can be arrogant. That's possible. Yeah, that is you. I know. Seduce and destroy. Young professional, marketing or sales usually. Ladies' man, super arrogant, thinks he's very charming. I don't think that fits. God, this bass is making my heart flutter. Social butterfly, sometimes gay, super... Okay, no. Alpha male control freak. That sounds like Thomas. The specialist. Ooh, okay, hold on. Eccentric, little crazy, full of himself, huge character with huge stories, a legend in his own mind. Maybe not. True grit, retired pro athlete or military guy, cop, firefighter, bloody minded. What the fuck does that mean? Why didn't you just say tendency towards violence? Because then you have to use the word tendency, and that's too high for this person. Single purpose, tough, not social. Not quite. John McClane. 25 to 35, regular Joe, blue collar job, no. Surfer dude, no. Mr. Miyagi. Oh.
A little bit.
Oh, maybe. Okay, here we go. Kind, wise, intelligent, well-spoken, not intense, highly reflective, easygoing. I think that one might be a good one. Tendency might be too complex of a word for reality TV fans. That one's pretty good. We like that one. We can keep looking, though. We can see what else is there. Oh, there's only two more. Heisenberg. Intense middle-aged man. Usually blue-collar job. Very aggressive. High energy. Okay, no. Ponyboy, the weirdo, has a strange job. Seems the odd person out. Nice, not strategic, likable. Honestly, that one would have been good for Peter. He's a little bit of a weirdo. I like him as the regular guy, though. Mr. Miyagi. Alright, I pulled out. I liked Mr. Miyagi, and I also thought that the know-it-all isn't so bad, but maybe Mr. Miyagi's better.
Mind that at the time, considering his age, that means that he survived World War II. Fighter.
He really is a fighter. Probably. He's saying that he probably survived World War II. What do you guys think? Do we like Mr. Miyagi? Froxy! Ooh, how was your stream? Welcome in. I might do that. We're gonna switch it. We're gonna take it. We'll change it. That means I need to change the picture too, because that does not make sense. Mr. Miyagi wants to help and be a guide. Yes, I agree. So then I'm just gonna go to Giphy, and then we can just put in Mr. Miyagi and just get a picture of Mr. Miyagi. Which one do we like? Ooh, I like this one actually. I'm gonna do that. Ooh, Glitch loves Frostpunk. Glitch loves the fuck out of some. Ooh. Yeah. I'm gonna read that whole thing in just a second, but let me put this in. Insert image. I know this isn't important, but it is to me that this looks right. Alright, we've switched it up. Yeah, Frostpunk. It was good. Frostpunk is just the right balance of extremely tense yet super chill. Pun partially intended. I would play too, but not for the price. But Frostpunk I love so much. Yeah. How much is it going for right now? Oh, I need it over here. This one I'm gonna take off. There we go. $44.99. Holy shit. Yeah, no, okay. I was like, you know, $20 might be worth it. I might have bought Hightail and it was $20 and I probably shouldn't have done that. Frostpunk is like $4. Probably.
So Frostpunk is quite a few.
You know what? We'll go with that. I think they're right. I think that the person who wrote that article was wrong because I copied and pasted it. Yeah, so waiting for 2 to ever go down. Maybe one day. But yeah, there we go. We got our cast. And I think this is a better one. The Angry Wild Child, played by Ruth. Mr. Miyagi is Dr. Montague. The sob story is Agnes. Here to win is Mama. The delusional douche is Thomas. The regular guy is Peter. The dumb beauty is Roos. And the judgy bitch is Wilhelmine. Yay, we did it, guys. There's gonna be a really good season of America's Next Top Real Brother Survivor Island. Who will win? Apparently Roos, because she's the only one who, well, nope. Dr. Montague wins. because he gets a daughter. Yeah, she's a little fucked up, but you know, it's fine. He's the only one who wins. Thank you guys. I was initially quite excited for Frostpunk 2, but then learning that it was vastly different game than the first one and lean more into the macro strategy. But I think I may want to pick up Frostpunk 1886 when it's on sale for the first time. I know nothing about these things, other than I've watched a little bit of Frostpunk when Glitch streamed it like once or twice. I did see that's what you were playing. And I was like, oh, yeah, I remember that game. Just checking to make sure I didn't fuck with it. Alright. But yeah. Is there anything else if you want to talk about with the book? You can here. If you had other questions that you were thinking about. You can ask them to the group. Otherwise, good book club, everybody. We fulfilled the obligation for me to continue to say that this is just a book club. Also, I think they're fun. Usually, we would also take the time to pick a new book. I did pick this book because I just want to like try doing one that has a film adaptation. So again, the new book is The Cabin at the End of the World by Paul Tremblay. And we probably won't do that until May. I usually like to give you guys like 2 months. Yeah, probably not until the last week of May. Would I want to film either a film or a series as long as it's only like one season. Also, yes, I love Paul Tremblay. He's a good writer. And I enjoyed this book. I could only get the audio book version of this one from my library. So I'll have to try to find the text somewhere. But I have loved every book that I've ever read from him. And this was really fun. So I finished this one, but I did find out that there was a film adaptation. The Knock on the Cabin or something like that. Yeah, Knock at the Cabin. And not what I asked you to do, thank you. Yeah, IMBD is annoying. Hold on. No, it's too hard to find in this text too quickly. I was thinking I could probably find the link to the thing, but it's all nope. Anyway, this works okay. The movie got Dave Bautista in tiny glasses. Yeah. Let me see what you guys said. Oh, I've actually seen the film adaptation. Yeah, it came out in 2023. I kind of enjoy M. Night Shyamalan in the way that it's kind of a... You never know. It might be good. A lot of times it's not, but at least he does something weird. So that's kind of fun. I find him fun. One of my favorite films of all time, because I think it's a good comedy, is The Happening. It's so funny. I know it's not meant to be, but it's hilarious. The move. Okay, wait. I really liked him in that role, but not so much the character, but he played it very well, I thought. The character was interesting in the book. You don't really get too much from him other than the concept that he really does think what's happening is real. He's not trying to play them. It sort of seems like you get like that through the context of the book. It is it's an interesting read. I think that we'll have fun with it. But I think that the idea that we'll have this be a that way if you don't want to read the book, or you don't have time to read the book, or you get only halfway through the book and you still want to come by and hang out, you can quickly watch a 2-hour movie maybe. Trying to see how long it is. It usually says over here. 1 hour and 40 minutes. So that's at least an option. Hold on a minute. We will pause our music for a second, and maybe we'll just play this trailer. Of course, they put it in the most obnoxious spot, so you can only see half of it. If I do this, does it? No. That's annoying! Hold on. And then I don't even need you. Give me a second. I'll get there. I'll get it. I'm gonna get it. It is streaming on Peacock and I think on Netflix outside of the US. Yeah, I figured that there's probably some places to find it streaming. Also, there's other means of trying to find things that maybe are not completely legal. That you could probably do it. Oh my god, they literally introduced Peter in a chair over by the window. Yeah. We'll sell them 7 Cs. I was trying to get the thing. The trailer. Knock. Knock at the cabin. Official trailer. Probably this browser, right? Yeah. Can you hear it? No. Let me get that fixed too. Hold on. Music. There we go. Could they find gayer looking guys? Oh. Ooh. He does have tiny glasses. Wow. Whoa. Okay. Just as somebody who has, just recently read the book, kind of on point so far. I don't know. kind of on it, actually. So, I don't know, it'll be interesting. We'll be able to we'll do some compare and contrast from adaptation to the thing. It'll be interesting. Oh, I saw the trailer for that back when it was new. Yeah, 2023, so that wasn't terribly long ago. I've never seen the trailer. But I don't see trailers out here. I don't really see ads like pretty much ever unless I'm watching a stream that I'm not subscribed to. And then I see some ads, but not a lot. And then usually they're in French and I don't understand what they're saying. Only like 7-8 years. 2023 was not 7 or 8 years ago. Don't age us further than we already are. God damn. It was only like 3 years ago, man. It was only 3 years ago. Where did you learn to count, Ro? Look, we agreed 2020 was 11. Did we? Is this because Jinx can't count how long ago a mattress was bought? Okay, I don't know if I want to stop now. I know I normally would, but mostly we're just gonna take a minor break because your girl has to pee so bad. So I will be right back. Hello. Hello? Hello. I'm back. Hello. I needed a snack. Well, thank you for the head pats. I have to trigger a pride. Have to trigger a pride. Because it didn't go. There we go. Triggers. What are you guys up to today for the rest of your day? Beer, you had cake. Tell me about this cake. I want to know about cake. Also, thank you, Romeo, for the pride. I was peeing. Now I got a snack. Snack. That was delicious. It looked delicious. Was it a birthday cake? A belated birthday gift? Ah, yay. Did everybody say happy birthday to Biru? I don't know. It was like 2 days ago? Yeah, actual day was Thursday. Yeah, I know. I was in the group chat for Bobby's thing. I'd sing you happy birthday, but that song sucks. And I'll sing you another song as a birthday gift if you would like that. But you can also say, no thank you, I'm good. You missed the big concert. That's what we were calling it. Because there was 15 songs to sing, so you did miss all of the new songs. Weird Al has the superior birthday song. I don't know if I've heard. Maybe. Yeah, she read happy birthday at you. Twice. I just know on my birthday, I get a little bit tired of people singing the song at me. I just politely sit there and go, this is awkward. I can sing a song if I want to, but was there a song, I don't know, was there a song that you missed that you were like, excited to hear from Thursday? A Frozen one? Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna finish eating this chocolate. I'm eating a Kinder. That's a good thing to eat before you're gonna try to sing an Idina Menzel song. I have another drink over here. I'm almost out of water. Okay. Crinkle, crinkle as she puts away snack things. This song is also really good. Okay. Let me go get the stuff for that. And close some stuff. I'm gonna close some tabs we don't need no more. Song list. They're like, you open this frequently. I do. Hello, Senpai-kun. Welcome in. Thanks for the hug. I don't have the thing set up for the hugs, but the hug is still appreciated and noted. I'm gonna sing a song if I can find the song. I forgot how the alphabet goes. That's things that Callie does. Found it. Hold on. Every inch of me is trembling, but not from the cold. Something is familiar, like a dream I can reach, but not quite hold. And I can sense you there, like a friend I've always known. I'm arriving, and it feels like I am home. And I have always been a fortress called deeper deep inside. You have secrets too, but you don't have to hide. Show yourself, I'm dying to meet you. Show yourself, it's your turn. Are you the one I've been looking for all of your life? Oh, show yourself, I'm ready to learn. I've never been so certain. All my life I have been torn. But I'm here for a reason. Could it be the reason I was born? I have always been so different. Normal rules did not apply. Is this the day? Are you the way? I finally find out. Show yourself, I'm no longer trembling. Here I am, I've come so far. You are the answer I've waited for all of my life. Show yourself, let me see who you are. Come to me now, open your door. Don't make me wait one moment more. Come to me now, open your door. Don't make me wait one moment more. When the north wind meets the sea, there's a river full of memories. I am
didn't.
Thank you. Thank you. Also, thank you for the follow, Senpai. Thank you. Some of my friends are trying to convince me that we should take the VOD of It's Weird Hearing This Song in English. I bet. You want to hear my Icelandic? It's pretty bad. You don't know. You don't speak Icelandic. You don't know. It just hears bad, he says. I don't know. I thought it was okay. Except for, like, there's a couple of places where I'm like, oh, I just missed that entire word.
It's better than your friend.
I've only listened to the Sami dub version. Fair enough. I did not learn it in Icelandic, but there was a song from Thursday's stream that had that Icelandic bit in it that it kind of forced you to vote for. I counted that vote, though. Oh, yeah. That one's an interesting one. That one requires work. Let me try it real quick. It's not hard. I just have to remember where it is. Who did that one? Made in Abyss is where that one came from. That's where it was made, in the Abyss. It requires me to get my lyrics up though. You don't need to say that. You don't need to know about that. You don't need to say that. That's for my eyes only. You don't have to know about the way I do my lyrics. It's not smart. But I need the lyrics because it doesn't have the lyrics on the screen. So, and I didn't make one. Need the gravity. Here you go. I wanna know where the people are that take my dreams to a world of deception. And I am something more, and we have a place for you that'll save us from everyone. I wanna know where the city sleeps. I cast my life to a pool of reflection, and I can feel the pain, the dreaming of seeing you is a blessing I'm about to take. Gravity, gravity, gravity. It took all my wisdom. I wanna live to see the golden city, because I'm gravity, gravity. Call the winter's bloom, 'cause I don't know how. And I'm the only one, and I know I belong. Guitar-Morganin Sveimindin Sinime Vashayosi Enak Enak Naki Hatutime Adiltetit Karfatme Gravity, gravity, gravity. It's all the love issue. Galabogana, Thora, Thina, Visia, gravity, gravity. Victoria, lost in midlands. Iva Kanaito Vanoni Amin. Yay! Yeah, that one's fun. Icelandic, okay, it's not bad. It's alright. It's better than the Japanese. It's way better than the Japanese. Thank you, Vivu. Isn't it a beautiful song? I'm so glad we picked it, and I'm so glad I made you vote for it. And I'm so glad that Remy sent it to us. Thank you, Remy. He sent us like 13 songs for next week, too. Well, next couple of weeks. We have 3 weeks. Reminder that our new theme for April for listening to music and choosing songs for me to learn to sing is video games part 2. Video games again. We're doing it again because we love video games. I love video games. There's a song that goes like that, but I don't really remember it. And also I'm pretty sure the group that made it, or maybe canceled or something. I don't know. Possibly. I don't know. Maybe they just ran out of money. I can't tell. You never know with the internet. Beer says thank you. Thank you for the song. But yeah, if you have video game or recommendations, you can throw those in the Discord server. Also shared the Northern Sami version of Show Yourself if you want to learn it. Nope, you know the language too well, and that will be embarrassing, so I'm not gonna do that. Nope, that sounds like a bad idea. I will, insult your ancestors. They'd be like, oh, look at that little white girl.
Maybe they're into it.
Look at that little white girl try. She tries so hard.
Was a fanatic? Native?
Different native, and also I never learned my own language. At the time, they were still working on putting it together. Let's get rid of that. We don't need it anymore. I could probably go to talking to. I shouldn't sing another song because I don't have any more drinks. I'm liquidless and I have to keep this all wet for the singing to work. Anyway, pretty good stream, pretty good time. Is there any other information that you guys need to know? It's like 6:37, which is not late. We usually go a little bit later, but y'all hung out for the book club bit. You did your due diligence. I told you about the new book. I'm excited to see about the film. If that makes us have more participation. I don't know if Saturday is a good day or not. I'd put it on Saturdays because I thought it might be a better day for people. But maybe we'll make a poll in the Discord server and we'll pick an actual date. But it'll be like sometime in the last week of May. Can't remember what I'm doing. I was gonna see who's online. You want to hear about my hot dog chaos? I got pretty heated about this in a voice call last night. I was really upset. my hot dog upset. My hot dog upsetty. I'm so upset about it. Okay. The French should not be trusted with hot dogs, is what I've decided. They don't know what they're doing. We shouldn't allow them to have this technology if they're not going to do it right, you know? So I got stuff to make hot dogs, and I got hot dog buns. I got hot dog buns that looked nice. They looked nice, you know? And I grabbed them and I'm like, "Oh, okay. This hot dog bun, it appears not to be sliced. I thought it said that it was sliced, but I don't there's no slice on the seam here. So no slice. No slice. So then I tried to slice it. And then I realized that they did slice the hot dog buns, but they sliced it on the top of the bun, like a slit down the top of the bun.
Is it stupid? Yes. Does it make sense? Still?
No, it
Yes.
does not make any sense. It is
makes
stupid
sense
and it
for
doesn't work.
presentation.
It looks sure, but it's not. You can't eat it. It's awful. You just turn the bun over like a normal person and put it in the side, so it will actually be contained in the bun. Instead, the bun splits and it doesn't hold the hot dog anymore. And now it's just a sausage and 2 pieces of bread. And your fucking vulva bun is not gonna hold this whole hot dog. That's not how vulvas work. That's not what it's supposed to do.
You open the wall, you put the sausage in. I don't see the problem.
It doesn't work that way. You don't put the sausage in that orientation. Oh yeah, we have those in New England sometimes too. They use them for lobster rolls. It doesn't hold. And then they break apart. Then you just have hot dog and 2 pieces of bread and other condiments, and you can't hold it. You can't hold it. You can't put it in your mouth even. You need a fork and all of a sudden. Before it was perfect the way that it was. Why are we making vulva buns for these hot dogs? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. The French should not be trusted with the hot dog buns. Slice them correctly and it will be fine. And that's how I feel about what did I come back from jail to? They made my hot dogs dumb. Glitch, they made my hot dogs dumb. I got stuff to make hot dogs. I'm very upset about these vulva buns. They don't hold hot dog. It's the hot dog buns that are shaped like vulvas, and it doesn't hold the hot dog.
They're shaped like normal bread, but bread. The main problem is that it's not.
No, it would be fine. It would be fine if it was sliced correctly. If it was sliced correctly, it would be fine.
Making it dry brioche.
If it was sliced correctly, it would be fine. They took the bun. I took the bun out of the package. I'm like, ooh, yay, bun. Time to put the hot dog in the bun, and then we can, put the condiments on. Delicious lunchtime hot dogs, right? You think that's what's gonna happen? No, that's not what happens. That's not what happens at all. Because I take the bun out of the package and I go, oh, they didn't slice it. I thought it said it was pre-sliced. It was not pre-sliced, apparently. I have a knife here. Here, I shall slice the hot dog. And I slice it and I slice it. And then at the halfway point, I realized, oh, they did slice it actually, because one quarter of the bun fell off, and it's because they sliced it down the middle. They sliced it down the middle of the hot dog bun, down the middle of the top of the hot dog bun. They stabbed it and put a slit down into the middle of the top of the hot dog bun, and thus it is a vulva bun that you then have to put your hot dog in long ways, and there's no room, and then it just splits in half, and you can't hold your hot dog. You can't hold the hot dog. And if they would have just turned it over to its side and slid around the side on the seam where there's a natural fucking seam in the bun, almost like God intended, this is the way that hot dogs should be put into a bun. If they would have just done that, the hot dog would have been fine. The hot dog would have been fine. No, Kelly doesn't eat the hot dogs the long ways. They're just dumb. They made it dumb, and I couldn't. And then the bread kept on breaking. I wasted 2 hot dog buns trying to get these fucking hot dogs into the goddamn buns.
Skill issue.
It was not a skill issue. It was dumb. Why didn't they not just cut him right?
Sounds like a skill issue to me.
You would have done it too. Just breathe, girl. Anyway, the French should not be trusted with hot dogs. They do them wrong. Healthcare, sure. Okay, they got the healthcare thing pretty well done when compared to the US. Definitely, there's that. Sure, they got that. They got cheese done pretty well. Butter, also, they're better at that. They're better at butter. I'll give them that. Croissant, okay, yeah, that you're the ones who invented it. You definitely do it better. But they fuck up hot dogs every single goddamn time. They don't know what they're doing. They do the same thing to burgers too. They suck at burgers too. At least they cut the buns correctly. They see the seam in the bun. They don't cut it long ways and think they're just gonna put the stupid fucking burger into the middle somehow, and it's just gonna end up holding itself together by the will of God and anti-physics. I don't know. I had the best burger the other day. Oh my god. But they put too much sauce on burgers is my complaint about French burgers. They're just like, we're gonna give you 3,000 tons of mayonnaise. Enjoy! And I'm just like, God damn, the only reason y'all are eating burgers with knife and fork is because you put too much fucking sauce on this goddamn burger.
Not a single one of the burgers you've eaten here has been made by French people aside from McDonald's.
That's true. And they put too much sauce on my Big Mac all the time.
That's true, but that's because we got a good McDonald's. But outside of that, all the burger joints we've been to
Japan
have never been made by a single Frenchman.
The Japan should not be trusted with pizza. Also true, they should not. They don't understand cheese that well. Anyway, you had the best burger the other day. Okay, hold on. I missed something that Beeroo said. No, I'm afraid. What kind of innovation are dear neighbors, the Swedes?
Swedish inventions on food design.
What did they do? What did they do?
What did they?
There's a blue cheeseburger. I wish I liked blue cheese more. It's only because I had blue cheese here and it was a little too strong. A little too much for me. I'm a big baby when it comes to that. We can't have Poco Loco.
We could have Poco.
It's so expensive. It's so expensive and it's so far away from us. Unless they opened up a Poco Loco in Solange or something like that. Just me doxing myself. Can you help me come out? Okay. Are you gay or lesbian or are you bisexual? Well, we support you if you are, you know. We just yeah, I'm just gonna say we support all gender identities and sexualities here in this wonderful the Lord's cult book club. Mods, you prepared? Are you guys ready? Are you prepared? Should we fuck around? Should we find out? Should we see what's going on here? Let's see what goes on. You guys ready? You got your sights on? You guys got your finger on the trigger?
Pun it good.
You ready? You ready? Okay, go ahead. And then target locked, target secured. Let's see. He asks for help from coming out and then is upset when we support his sexuality. Am I getting banned? It depends on what you're gonna say. It depends on what you're gonna say. I don't know. What are you trying to get at here? What is your game here? What's going on? Only a coward runs away just because his opponent is also armed. You just try to call me a coward because I don't want to deal with you being fucking idiot in my stream? Because I don't know, but like no, I'm so confused. Me too. I just
Well, you come out, so you do not.
it's way deep. Think. Why are you being an asshole? Oh, you're so nice, Ro. You gave him 300 seconds. Is it the T part? Maybe. Count. Yeah, I don't. You know.
I mean, if it's the T part, sure.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But like,
actually smart.
You could. It wasn't that. It was that. It was they were being purposefully aggressive and threatening. You can ban. You are also a mod. Granted, I could do something too. I could get off my lazy ass and do something. There you go. Yeah, I don't trust when they're young accounts and they're being idiots like that. I mean, like, there's like a chance that they're just like new but it's like, what the fuck are you trying to say? Who comes into a chat and just says, "Can you help me come out?" Who does that? Not even a hello?
Pouring is a thing.
Maybe I'm a little extra salty because I just got done telling you guys about my hot dog situation. and so I'm extra aggressive right now because I'm thinking about how stupid that went off. Yeah, my alarms went off on the first message, me too. I tend to time out first unless they're being hateful, so they can chill and see if they can come back and be normal. Only a coward runs away just because his opponent is also armed. Yeah, what the fuck does that was the one where I was like, I'm good. Asking to help come out during a hot dog rant is hilarious. And then being upset when I'm like, oh, are you gay? That's also a red flag.
The coward thing.
Hmm? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, he sounded Andrew Tate-ish, he's saying. Yeah, I used to be gay, rarely ends well. Yeah, that too.
I mean, again, could have been used to be gay, now friends.
Yeah, vibes were off. Who's up? Also being super vague. Yeah. They were just being a troll. But we don't got time for that here, and especially on this blessed day. Book club day. The most sacred of days. You come in here on my... Oh, thank you for your blessings. You come in here on my most blessed day of book club day and try to run that shit? No. Also, thank you for your blessings too, Jim. Yeah, you gotta keep that. So your counter needs to keep up. This way, you have proof of your adoration, even if you miss a stream and your streak resets. But usually, unless it's a music day, we post a VOD. You come in here on my daughter on the day of my daughter's wedding. You come in here on the day of my book club. You come in here on the day of my book club and threaten me? No. Mother Kelly does not abide.
That is another.
I know. I just figured I'd pull a whole bunch.
Maybe you'll stick.
I don't know. We'll just grab a whole bunch of things. They all work. What the fuck am I doing right now? 2 French girls make ratatouille. No, I'm good. There's a lot of people in that one. I got some people singing. Transrate readathon. 10 minutes reading people. Birthday subathon, day 4 of somebody we've rated before.
I mean, I'm game.
Sad Boy Saturday, featuring A Hangover by Chased by Voices. I do like him. He's nice. And he plays good music. A video of French girls pulling each other's hair. Sounds kinky. Pulling each other's hair. Ratatouille pulling each other's hair. Ratatouille. Nope, not connecting those dots. Not connecting those dots. I know the joke. There's a joke. I don't get it. Ratatouille. What? How are you not? I don't know. Oh. He had to make hands into fists and like move his hands and then I got it.
Brain optional.
Brain sleepy now. There's this. Look, sometimes things are. I was thinking of the dish ratatouille. I'm like, what does tomatoes and eggplant and zucchini? Like, I'm just like, what does that? I didn't think of the film. I was like thinking about food.
It does have shit.
Apparently, I'm hungry. That's your favorite. It's not my favorite movie. I just watched the movie a lot. It's actually not my favorite movie.
I hope so. Fuck off.
Ratatouille is the dish. It has nothing to do with rats. It just sort of is in the name. What's your favorite movie now? I don't know. My favorite movie back then even wasn't Ratatouille. I still really like Children of Men. It's a really good film. I like Lilo and Stitch, but then it's kind of annoying because everybody fucking likes Stitch. Stop gaslighting yourself. It is your favorite. Ah, that is a good one. It is a good one. It's really pretty. Really pretty. It's also sad and kind of intense and pregnant bitches in a war zone and nobody can have babies, and that whole scene in the abandoned school was super cool. That's a good movie. He's also a director I really like. He does a lot of interesting stuff. He's the guy who directed Little Princess and also the third Harry Potter movie. Watching that movie with filmmaker brain, yeah. It's good. Just really beautiful and really like well shot. He does interesting stuff. He does interesting things. But now I don't know. I don't watch a lot of films, so there's probably other stuff out there. I don't watch stuff. Callie is required to love all movies that take place in France. I don't think that's true because I don't even like France that much. Note the ways in which I commented on the hot dogs. France can't be trusted with hot dogs. And I don't know, my visa situation. I have to renew my passport soon-ish. It expires in December of 2027, but I'm a little bit anxious about. I have to renew my visa or my titre de séjour, which is my title of residency. So I have to renew my title of residency, and I need a valid passport. But I've heard some stories that they won't approve a renewal if your passport is going to expire in like 8 months or something like that. So I'm a little bit nervous about that horror story. And then I'm like, I don't know how long it takes for the renewal process to happen. They say it's like anywhere from 2 to 6 months sometimes. And then like there's all of the anxiety of like uncertainty of America. So I'm like, should I send for my passport to get renewed early? Which I can do. You can do that. Especially because I do need my name changed on it. So do I do that, or what do I do? So we're thinking we might like work on that like come November time. We'll start maybe sending it to go get renewed in November, which gives me like a little over a year to like worry about it. But then I won't have a thing. But it doesn't expire until December 2027. But I will have to do the renewal, I think was it October? It was like October or August or something like that. From August to October is when I have to do the renewal. And so then I would want to do the renewal. You have to send it in 3 months early, is the thing. Okay, August. So yeah, we would have to send it in what, May? Yeah, so I'd have to have. Yeah, so I would. Yeah, I will have to do it early. Because if I have to send it in May, and then they look at my passport, and my passport is going to expire in less than 8 months, they might not approve my title. So I have to. That's so annoying. Now I have to do all kinds of time math. And then I have to pay for the renewal, which is like $150, I think, something like that. No, the American one I think is like 137. It was, but it might be more expensive now. Renewal. Passport. $130 is what it says is for the renewal. Yeah. Ooh, Sami Grand Prix music competition. That sounds like fun. Let me see what that is in French, or not French, but euros. 130 in French is what I said, not francs. 112 euros, it says. Still too much money. All right. It's the semi-equivalent of Eurovision. So, Sami culture extends over multiple nations, does it not? Over the like Scandinavian countries. I don't know that much, obviously, out of things that you have told us. Norway, Sweden, Finland, and northern western parts of Russia. Oh, cool. Yeah. All them cold ass places. It's currently a cold ass place here, but that's just because I'm cold. Won't be for long. Alright. That's enough of my yapping. You guys gotta be tired of me. Been 4 hours. Good enough time for me to stop, huh? Alright. Monday. We are going to do book reviews and probably Animal Crossing again. Why not? You know, if it works. Vibe fix. We'll just kind of hang out. But then Thursday is the start of Video Game Music 2, which I gotta prepare for. Woo! Trying to think if I have any. Oh, right. Monday evening. So like 8:30 my time. Glitch and I are both doing now Jackbox with a bunch of friends, so it'll be me, Glitch, May, Kiwi, Bip. Trying to remember everybody. Ninja, I think, is gonna be there. Hold on, I'm looking for the Jackbox. The Jack in my box thing. Right. Okay, so Ray, who is the one who's organizing it, that's the most important person. And that was the person I was forgetting. Garion can't be there because he's at work, but we're gonna try to do something with him soon. But yeah, it's gonna be, so it's Ray, so Razor, Bip, Kiwi, Glitch, Mayfire, Ninja, and me. And that we're doing Jackbox. It's about 8:30 my time, so 9:30 for you, Biru. I don't know what time that is. You heard your name? Oh, you can't do Jackbox with us on Monday because you gotta be at stupid work. We're gonna try to do one at a time that you can be there though, someday. Probably like on a Saturday. It'll be 2:30 for my Eastern Standard Time people. It'll be fun. I don't know. You summoned the barbarian. Whoops. Hmm? Oh my god. Alright. Who are we gonna go to? And we're gonna go see music. We're gonna go see a music person. Oh yeah, work sucks and Saturdays are usually booked from 2 to 7 for band practice, but my Sundays are open all day. Okay, there was something, I think Ray isn't available on Sundays. We're gonna make something work. We're just gonna like pray to the gods above and they'll like open up a day for us somehow. Where there's a will, there is a way. Quit your jobs. No, I'm just joking. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Just get like really, really popular and then make streaming your full-time job, and then, you know, you don't have to go to work and you're always available. Surely that's how it works, right? Chased. We're gonna go see Chased by Voices and see him. He's also a very good singer. Sorry, babe, but sorry, boss. Callie said to quit my job. Don't quit your job, please.
If you do, don't do it because
Chased by Voices. There we go. God, I wish that's a dream. Yeah, I know. I say that as somebody who also doesn't work, but that's just because I'm on disability. But it would be really nice to have money. I'm just gonna set this up. Alright, so we're gonna go raid our buddy here. He's a nice guy. Let me get you the raid message. That's not the right thing. Raid message if you would like to copy and paste that one. We both did it. But yeah, he's a nice guy. He sings really well. It looks like he's doing a bunch of different piano, guitar, having a good time. So it'll be fun to go say hello, be nice. And I'll see you guys on Monday, if you can be there. You have a good day too. Have a good day, everybody. I love you so much, and I'll see you later. Bye, everybody. Mwah, mwah.